Hi, I'm Doruk. I'm an first year student. I'm finishing out my first year animation student 3D CG at RUBIKA, which is a French university. And one fun fact about me is I love history. I'm a history nerd, and I love reading old historical stories and putting that into my art. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Defne, and I'm also a student at RUBIKA like Doruk, except I'm graduating this year, literally in like a month or so. Um, in RUBIKA, I did like a bachelor's in 3D, general 3D animation and all those aspects like modeling, surfacing, etc. And then I did my master's in rigging and VFX. And in the future, I hope to find work as a character artist or a VFX artist or an environment artist. I'm also from Turkey, and one fun fact about me is that I love tripe soup. If you don't like tripe, I generally don't think you had like well prepared tripe soup. And also recently, I've been really into Transformers. So yeah, that's about it.
Hey.
Okay, hi. I'm Issa. I just finished my college application process to animation schools, so I applied mostly to schools or all schools in the California area, and I'm officially committed to CalArts for character animation. And in the future, I hope to go into biz dev or pre-production or character design. And yay! And a fun fact about me is that my favorite drink of all time is mango pomelo sago boba.
Ooh.
Hey, um, hi guys. My name is Nil, and I'm a 2D animator who just graduated from Sheridan's animation program. My specialty is anything to do with 2D animation, so that would include rigging, digital hand drawn, and anything to do with story. I've been here in Canada for 15 years, but I am originally from Turkey, so I can understand. I can understand and speak it. So, but yeah, it's nice to meet you all. It's so nice to be here.
Hi, I'm Norea. I was at SVA for their 2D animation program, but I'm transferring to Rochester Institute of Technology for stop motion and live action film next semester. I'm originally from Kentucky, and a fun fact about me is that I play 4 instruments.
Ooh.
List them.
They're all string instruments. I play guitar, bass, violin, and also the ukulele.
Hell yeah.
That's
So
really cool.
Thank you. No.
Hello, I'm Terry. I just finished my second year at MICA, that's Maryland Institute College of Arts. One fun fact about me is that I had a long phase when I was a kid where I was obsessed with the number pi. I memorized it, but it's been a good couple of decades and I don't remember anymore. Thank you.
I'm Ren. I just finished my first year at CalArts. I'm originally from Indiana, and some fun facts about me are that I have 2 dogs, a Great Pyrenees and a Border Collie, and my favorite drink is jasmine tea.
So, first question. It's a loaded one. Going to school for animation, scam or not? I'll talk on it briefly. I think we're all studying animation, so we're all biased, I think, but it's clear, especially now, that going to school for animation is not the only way to making it in quotes, or breaking into the industry. There's a bunch of classes and online sessions, or I think animation mentor, animation school is one, that are online, way cheaper, and are actually really good good classes, like taught from really good artists from like I know Disney, Pixar, like big animation studios, like I think, and I'd say like the U.S. schools are like cost a hell of a ton, and there are very good community colleges. I think the SU in California is a good one. I think I'm sure there are others that I don't know of, and like especially I'm studying in France. It's like a lot cheaper. It's like I'm gonna be frank with the cost. It's like 10K for each year for the EU citizens. I am an EU citizen, so like it's 10K plus rent, food, etc. But like the school tuition itself for a year is 10K, meaning it's like 50K for the whole thing because our school system, RUBIKA at least, works on a 5-year plan. So I'd say it really depends on you if it's a scam or not, whether it's a do or die thing for you. So yeah, those are
For
my
me, aside from school, the flat tuition fee, like my entire like yearly costs come around 25K euros. So yeah, like rent, food, plane tickets, everything included. So like that is my numbers, or that's not gonna be everyone's else. But it's gonna depend from person to person. But it's like everything included is around 20K to 25K.
Wow, that feels insanely low speaking from a US perspective.
I mean,
Oh my god, yeah, amen to
we are right
that.
now is like 1/50 of a euro. So
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like less than our total cost of living for
That's
like
less than my
1
dorm.
year.
Oof.
Yeah. I guess
Oh my
what I was
gosh, I need to
saying-
move to Europe.
I
You
know.
should.
well, one quick question, one quick thing, unfortunately, is that recently France, when I was in high school, so I went to French Lazalian High School in Istanbul. It's basically this high school that was founded by, this order of French priests. So the education is in French and everything, and so going to France to study was always like a little in the books. And when I was like just starting out high school, it was very it was much more affordable basically. But since from when I started high school to
Inflation.
when I finished it, France has done to like now me graduating from RUBIKA, France has unfortunately done a little has become less generous with its foreign students. Most private animation schools in France are private, so this doesn't really apply to us. But inscription to public schools used to be like a couple €100 for everyone, but now they raised it to like around 3K something. And also they used to have France used to have a rental aid for every student, but recently they've also, like just this year, they've abolished that, and only French students can have rental aid now, and with a couple of exceptions. But, yeah.
And I'll only say this, and then I'll like let you guys move on. For studying in France, like we had an international class. It's not really, we don't really have it now. It's in the Canada campus, I think, but like I think Gobelin and ESMA has them. They have international classes, but if you want to go to RUBIKA, like you have to speak French if you want to do animation. So that's a big
B2 minimum, C1 preferred.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's hard if you don't know French, and if you do, it's still hard. But like you at least understand. And yeah, that's all from me.
Sorry to interrupt, but what currency are we talking about? Because people were throwing around like tuition, and I'm thinking in like Canadian. No, it's okay.
You're good. I mean, just do your own currency. I think it's more or less. It's not like the Turkish lira where it like differs a lot. So I think saying your own currency is okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is good to know, because I don't know, like, because I couldn't tell if the numbers were affordable or not. So
for euro to Canadian dollars, 25,000. I just did the translation, it's about 40,000 for you guys, and I think it's similar for US. So like 25,000 would be around, I think 30 to 35,000 in US dollars
Is that per year?
Yeah, like everything
per
included.
year.
Really? Oh,
Yeah, and keep in mind this is not the tuition fee; it's everything included.
oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
okay.
like rent and like cost of living for US students. I don't know, like at least for me, I think I'm looking at like upwards of 60 to 60 to 70,000. I didn't want to say it.
Yeah.
A year, which is probably around like 50,000 a year for you guys.
But you guys have like really good
Dang.
scholarships.
We
Kind of.
We'll get into that.
Like-
We'll get into that. Sorry.
But to answer the question, is it a scam or not? I think it truly depends, unfortunately, on your financial status.
Yeah.
At least in the US, it's definitely like a numbers game of if you can afford it, especially for schools that laud themselves as very prestigious. They often have very high tuitions, and because it's more competitive to get into, the amount of aid or merit aid that you're receiving is divided more rigorously, I guess I would say. And I remember asking my mentor, who's actually Jaimi, shout out Jaimi,
Hey.
about if it's a scam or not. And they basically said a lot of the reasons why people go to animation school is for the connections, right? Like it's about who
Yeah.
your peers are.
Definitely.
The teachings are going to be the same at most schools. Like the courses and the coursework and the homework are going to be the same at the most schools. But what you're really looking for is those connections to the industry. And they basically said you can kind of do those same connections in your area, at least for like LA or Los Angeles. There's a lot of like networking events nearby just because it is a huge animation hub, or like in Burbank, which is like the headquarters of some animation studios and stuff. So you can basically do that networking yourself. It's just going to be a lot more work. It's not going to be handed to you. But also, even going to your animation school, if you don't put in the effort to actually like talk to people and go to events and sort of like make yourself known, then I would say it's not as worth it. Like you have to be the type of person to like reach out, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Is it-
I-
is it-
Oh, thank you.
Is it my turn? Whose turn? Are we doing turns? Sorry, I got lost.
No, you're good. I guess. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. I decided just now.
Okay.
So
That means I have to talk. Okay, wait.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're good.
Okay, right. Okay. So SVA is like, I think it's like what, top 5 for animation schools. I definitely concur that it is 100% for networking. It is not for the education at all. And I think 100% you do have to be the kind of person to go out and network. I am poor. Just poor, period. And I got maximum merit scholarship to SVA, and I did have a work study, and I had a second job on top of that. I took out $36,000 in private loans for the whole year, and I paid my way through the remainder of my second semester with my work, and I worked upwards of 30 hours a week on top of 22 hours of classwork and about 18 hours of homework. You do the math on whether or not you think that's worth it. I definitely think that 1 year there was enough to set me up for success in the industry, period. Like, I think they do bring in so much networking. But the thing is that with the networking, you kind of do have to have the skill in order to make the networking work. So as a freshman, obviously, I'm not going to like get into the industry, but I do know people that are willing to mentor me outside of that. And so I was able to then transfer and make a really strong transfer application to other colleges. And I now am attending a different college with a full tuition scholarship, and my total cost of attendance is looking to be around like $10,000 a year after like I put in my savings and a work study. So it's definitely a decrease and it's definitely really good, but I wouldn't have been able to achieve that without going to SVA for that 1 year and getting those recommendations and getting those connections. It's really something that you just have to kind of make like work for yourself. I definitely would not have stayed the full 4 years. I don't think it's worth it to stay full 4 years. I don't think it's a scam. I just think it kind of like is just up to you whether or not you think it's like doable and whether or not you think it's like worth it to you.
It's like, for me, I don't regret it at all. It's definitely worth it. Like, going to a school, it's definitely not going to close any doors, but it's, you know, most of the effort needs to come from you as well, because there's a lot of students, you know, a lot of people who go through art schools and like all these like education systems, and they just don't end up with a successful career. And then the opposite could be said, you know, people like, there's people who didn't go to an animation school, but they have like, they go out there, they're like networking and like just doing, you know, putting in the effort. So it's not a scam. I mean, there could be like, there's probably horrible schools out there, I'm sure, but it's overall, I think, you know, if you can go, you should go. And for me, I'm living in Ontario, which is where Sheridan is also located. So I was just writing off of my provincial government's tuition program. So as a Canadian citizen, you know, I was pretty lucky. But even then, I would have still really like tried to, you know, go even if it was expensive, just because I don't know, like it just gave me like, I've heard good stuff about it, and it really was a good experience for me. And yeah, that's it. Mic drop.
Okay. Peri, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good points that I'm not going to waste time echoing. I'm just going to give one pointer from my experience. One thing that me and my peers, when we were in our first years, had a lot of like debate and I guess like disturbance over was like how much schools promote their students. Of course, when you're in like a larger, more well-known school, you get a lot more, I guess, encouragement, perhaps funding and mentoring from your institution compared to if you're going to like a relatively smaller school. But again, even I've seen so many cases where even with that little perks of, I guess, media coverage, institutional support, mentorship, connections, even with alums and stuff, even with those options being presented to them, I've seen so many students either not put in the effort or just not quote unquote make it due to reasons completely outside of things they can control. I don't think art school is a scam, but it's definitely a game of luck and circumstance. A lot can happen in life that you don't expect. You can, I'm not just talking about like politics, I'm talking about health, connections. So many factors play into quote unquote making it, not only in like the world of art or like the world of education, just in your years moving forward into adulthood, into jobs, into your degree/degrees. I think it's really important to keep that in mind and not lose determination, I guess, in the process, because that is such an easy pit to fall into that that I've seen so many of my extremely talented peers fall into. It's really important to keep your options in your side of view, no matter how like small they might seem or how I guess how unlucky you might feel sometimes because of those circumstances. I think it's really important to make sure you put in the effort, not only by like putting yourself out there, talking to people, hearing about experiences, but also, you know, trying to make the most of whatever you have, whether that's a program in like an established college, a community college, any sort of online classes you're taking, some YouTube video you watched on the side. All of these will pile on to make something valuable of the time you put into your craft. I think that's the most important thing to keep in mind.
True. Ren, I think, is the last one.
That was very well said. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with like mostly everything everyone has said so far, so I don't want to just repeat all that. But I like personally, I guess I can talk about something anecdotally is that like I said in my introduction, I'm from Indiana, which like is a state in the US, like middle of nowhere, not good education, even worse arts education. So a lot of like what I had growing up was not that good, and I felt like I kind of plateaued towards like high school and stuff like that. Like there was only so much I could learn just because the funding here is not great. I mean, the politics here are even worse. So like going to CalArts and being in California and being in LA has been such a game changer, and I feel like I've exponentially improved in a way that I never could have without this school. So even though the price is literally, it's highway robbery, like it is not okay what they're doing, but I think like like I could have never imagined like half of the things that I've experienced just in 1 year at CalArts. So I think like even applying to these schools and seeing like what they offer you, like I feel like that in itself is a really valuable experience for an artist that is coming up. And obviously like there are so many alternatives now. You don't have to go to an art school, you don't have to study animation. You can break in any way, like literally the internet. So many people get jobs from just making cool stuff and other people seeing their cool stuff. Like there's no one right way to get in, and because there's no one right way, I don't think you can call animation schools a scam because of that. But at the same time, the price is outrageous and nobody should be paying that. And like I think at the same time, a lot of the people who do choose to go to schools like and pay that price tag are very aware of that. And I like, yeah, it's just completely your decision, and something that I feel like talking to current students at these schools and listening to what they have to say about their program, about the teachers, about their peers, I think that is very eye-opening, and perhaps like probably the best way to figure out if these programs are for you. So yeah.
Definitely. Definitely. The last thing I want to add on this is like it really is like everyone said, up to you. And like even if you go to like this one school or like that other school, like you still are all like animation people, and like everybody here on this call is almost from different schools, and like we're still on the same call. So like at the end of the day, it's really up to you, and like yeah, it's your choice. So
Hey,
yeah.
can I add something?
Yeah,
real quick?
definitely, go ahead.
I think a good thing to look in schools to figure out if it's a scam or not, especially if you want to go into 3D animation, is to ask them what licenses they provide you with. So like at RUBIKA, that's like one thing that I think is really nice, because I know that what?
We're spoiled in that way.
Yeah, so we have Autodesk Maya license, full Adobe Creative Suite, Houdini. What else?
A nuke.
No, like yeah, they just like never expected us to pay for any licenses. So, and we have quite a lot of licenses depending on the year. So, especially if you're gonna study animation in France, that's one thing to look out for, because in France a lot of the animation schools are on the same ballpark, but then you look and some of them don't like offer as much. So if you like, yeah, that's one thing to look out for if you want to see if a school's a scam or not.
So, second question. Public versus private schools. What are the differences of community and the curriculum? Electives, study classes, lectures, etc. So, I
Is
can
anyone
only...
here in a public school?
No, I don't know. Is anybody? Or does anybody know?
I was briefly in a public school for painting in Turkey, so
Okay,
but then I transferred here, so
gotcha.
I transferred to a tech schools. Maybe that's like the most adjacent thing, but it's still technically private.
I mean, you take a stage then, like you're the most
Oh,
experienced, I guess.
okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna flat out say that I haven't like actually stepped foot on campus yet. So I'm just talking from the experience of like what I think made me transfer to a non-art school over an art school. Because whenever I did transfer, with the exception of RISD, which I got rejected from RIP, I only transferred to like non-art specific programs. Because at SVA and also at a lot of other art schools, it's not really interdisciplinary. So in high school, I was really kind of abroad and I had a broad range of interests. So I said I play instruments. I was in orchestra. I did quiz bowl. I did sports for a little bit. I was on speech and debate. I did, like everything. And at SVA, like all of the clubs are all related to art still. So you don't really get that kind of experience. And I think it's also the same for most visual arts focused schools. So one of the things that really attracted me to like a school like RIT, even though it is like a tech focused school, it has a really good animation program. And it's one of the only places where you can like specialize in stop motion. It also like lets you be in the orchestra, and it has a quiz bowl team, and it has esports, and it has regular sports. And like you can do all of those things and take open electives in any major without any like burden. Like at SVA, we're not allowed, at least in the animation program, to take classes outside of animation. Like you have to get special permission from the chair of the department if you want to, and they have to sign off on it. It's a really complicated process.
Wow.
So I couldn't do that if I wanted to, but like at RIT, I can like double major, minor, and then do all this club stuff. And then also because they're not an art specific institution, they give more merit scholarship for academic achievement. So my stats from high school actually like were a big part of my transfer application compared to my college stats, because like I had a really high ACT, high GPA, etc. So that helped me get more merit scholarship. And that's also, I think, the benefit of going to a public school or any school that doesn't have an art focus, is that they look at you holistically. But you can be like a mid artist and get the opportunity to learn, I guess, for lack of a better word, because you have other redeeming qualities. But I feel like at an art school, sometimes it is just so competitive in just the art category that it's kind of hard to like create an identity for yourself as a human being and like have hobbies outside of what you're doing in your curriculum and the arts. And that was something I felt that really bothered me about SVA. I felt like I wasn't doing anything besides art, and it was kind of killing me. And now I can do things that aren't art. And I can be sane again.
You touched up upon a topic that I actually wanted to talk about. It's like doing only art stuff. Good on you. I haven't like checked all the list. I haven't done like, I don't play any instruments. I didn't do debate or speech, but I did do theater, and I am good with maths. So one of the reasons why I kind of pushed myself into 3D as well. Like I love drawing. It's my passion. It's my everything. But like I also in a way kind of didn't really wanna pursue it as like a career in a way. I mean, it's really incorporated in it, which I love. But if it was the only thing that I did, I don't think I'd be that happy, because I think it'd be kind of like a toxic relationship in a way. And another thing that I wanted to add, like with public and community colleges, I've heard from the TAs and the RAs when I went to CISA, Rita, shout out, that a lot of people go to like community college for a lot of people go to community college for like a year or two for both cost purposes, and plus, like Norea mentioned, you get to pick up a lot of good skills that you can't really with some of these schools. Like I know Ringling you can do some minors with like VR, business and stuff like that. So if you are into stuff like that, there are schools that do it. You just have to look, I suppose.
Wait, what is VR education?
Like, I'm not sure. I just know, like, Ringling is, like RIT, a good, like, tech-based school, since they, like, specialize in CG. And I know they have a lot of things about virtual reality and, like, game design and coding and stuff like that. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah. Does anybody want to add anything to this or?
You go first.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I agree with a lot of the points said. I really like it here at RUBIKA, but I like I said, I was at a painting faculty before, Mimar Sinan specifically, and I do, and I gonna be completely transparent. When I was there, it was COVID. A lot of it was remote, but I do miss the diversity of the topics I could select. So yeah, that's one thing. Was I going to say anything else? Oh, and as far as animation in Turkey, going to animation school in Turkey is concerned, for the most part, I think public schools are the better option there because they have a lot of the animation faculties at private schools are newer, so they don't have a lot of alumni and just things to build on. Like I talked to a couple of I remember before coming here to RUBIKA, I talked with a couple of graduates from Eskişehir Anadolu, and they had and they were like, it's a game of luck. Some years you have good teachers, some years you don't have good teachers, but at least you have like a strong base, and you're bound to get to know some amazingly talented people. So yeah, that's my little tangent. On to you, Nil.
I didn't really have too much to say actually, but I was gonna be like, if I had to add something, I guess I kind of went to like a both private and public high school, but I went to like a arts high school, so I don't know. I was just going to say like, well, it helped me a lot. So, but that's it. I don't really have much to add to this question specifically. I guess in full honesty, like my program was pretty private. It's pretty competitive too, I guess. So, yeah, definitely not public.
Can I say something? I applied to Chapman, which is a private university in Orange County, California. But the distinction that I'm going to make is art colleges inside a greater college versus pure art schools. And I think there's a really big difference. So Chapman has a college called Dodge, which is their school of film, versus I'll use CalArts, for example, which is entirely an art school. And I will say, like, at least in the US, like, art schools aren't real schools. In my mind, walk with me here. They, at least for CalArts, like, a lot of the facilities are not that great. Like, a lot of people sort of talk about how they're mismanaging their money a lot. There's a lot of problems that come with art schools that you wouldn't get at a bigger institution with more funding. And I'm going to echo what other people have said. It's a very focused space. So if your only passion, or if all your passions sort of center around art, like for me, I'm very into theater, but that definitely helps with like the animation aspect, because acting is animating, whatever. So my interests sort of focus on that, which is why I chose a uniquely art school. But what I will say is that if I had more of an interest in interdisciplinary studies, then I would definitely go for an art school inside of a wider campus. For me also, I attended a very small private high school, and I'm going to be attending a very small private college. So if you're the type of person who's like, oh, I want to get out there and I want to like do college things, I want to party and I want to, have fun and meet a lot of different people, art school is definitely not the school for you. I would go for an art college inside of a bigger college because it's just more akin to a quote unquote regular college experience. But if you don't care about all of that, then art school's the way for you. So yeah, the differences in community is just like one of them is way bigger and way more expansive and diverse, I would say, and an art school community is very, very close knit and very small.
Well
Can I add
said.
one thing to the thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. One thing that I was very excited about when I finally chose MICA is you get to basically craft your own major. There are like your laid down majors and minors, but you basically get to pick and choose like a lot of your major minor pairings, your classes. There's like a bunch of not limited to art majors and minors that just keep being added, which is really refreshing to see. You have like little theater and art programs and like fashion and music and sports, cooking even. There's like little things constantly being added. I haven't seen this in a lot of colleges, but some of these have been popping up where colleges are trying to like cultivate what they offer to students. I think MICA is one of them. Currently, they're building this like interdisciplinary feeling basically, and I think it's going well for the students here. One more thing, back to the private school, public school debate. I have a lot of peers who basically did like a year or half at a community college, basically maxed out all of their academic credits and came here and are now spending all those credits on taking art classes, which usually they might not be able to because of their academic requirements and things like that. So I think they're honestly making the best of their degree. If I wasn't from Turkey and if I didn't have to like throw myself into a college immediately and quickly, I would have done something similar. Because you're paying a lot of money to go to these art colleges, and of course, like things like other academics are also very important. But if you can get those academics somewhere else and basically get your money's worth for art classes, I think that's something you should definitely look into doing.
Okay. Question 3. The process of applying hardships, managing stress, how to do it. So, I'll be quick because I've done the applying process 2 times, this year and last year, and I've done it for the US, France, the UK, and I think that's it. So it's more or less the same if I'm being honest, just for the US one and for the UK one and for the France one actually. Okay, never mind. For the US one, you have to write letters for each school usually. I mean, they're more or less the same, but like some things change for each school, if I remember correctly, because I did them all last year. And for France, you have something similar with a motivation letter, which, to be honest, I just like translated the same into French. So, and same with the UK. While I was applying, like I went to an atelier with Peri actually, that's where I know her from, and like I've been going there since when I was there at least. I went there for like 4 years I think, and like because of doing that, my I didn't really like I wasn't really stressed, and like there were no big hardships because like I had already a portfolio kind of ready ish, kinda, not really. It wasn't good to be honest now looking at it, but like I had stuff that I could put in, and I got like accepted to most of the schools I've applied to, which is a plus. And like for managing stress, like the thing in Turkey at least, and I'm guessing in the US too, I had to juggle between portfolio work and schoolwork. And since I went to a French high school too, like it was a loaded like curriculum, let's say. So for me, like handling those two was kind of hard. But to be honest, what helped me was like the last 2 years of high school. I just didn't really care about my like GPA and my notes, so I just like fully immersed myself in art. To be honest, yeah. I mean, plus there's the visa thing as well, but like That's a whole nother like kind of worms, to be honest. So the most stressful part for me was the visa process, because of some
Hey.
things. Yeah, like because of the visa, like you even if you got accepted and like could pay the school, like it wasn't really certain if you could go or not. So for me, that in itself was the hard part, to be honest. Yeah, that's all that comes into my mind right now.
For me, I had a very particular journey because I graduated in COVID, and so I had at that point I had been preparing for both Turkish university exams and for France. So those were my two options, either Turkey or France. And I was actually so I was going to a like what so the preparatory atelier I went to was actually for Turkish fine arts exams, and like I did reuse obviously things I made there for my portfolio. But yeah, I applied to 4 schools in France. One was in Paris. I always forget the initials, but it's but it's a very well-known public school. The other one was MOPA in Arles. And then there was RUBIKA and there was Gobalan. I got into MOPA and RUBIKA. Did not pass the prelimination for the public school, and then for Gobalan I got to the interview stage, but unfortunately I didn't make it through. Yeah, rest in peace.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? And I ended up choosing RUBIKA, but the thing was that it was COVID, so I got the notice that for that year that everything would be done hybrid, so part remote, part on site, and that was not something that I wanted to do. I wanted to have like a full access to the facilities, everything the school had to offer, and it just wasn't appealing to me to have come here in France, pay rent and everything, just to like sit and for the half time sit in my dorm room. So I got into RUBIKA, but they let me take a gap year, fortunately, and I end up starting 1 year delayed. And in that one gap year, I also got into Mimar Sinan and did 1 year in painting. But yeah, so since it was COVID, a lot of the exams I took, they were just a little off. Everything was shifted around a bit. But what's an advice I can give? I know what, I honestly do not remember this. For a lot of you, this is very fresh, but it's been 4 years.
That's been fun.
Yeah. So that's my advice.
I can speak from an insanely fresh perspective. I just finished my application process. I applied to CalArts, Chapman, SJSU, which is, I think Dork mentioned earlier, San Jose State University, USC, University of Southern California, and CCA, California College of the Arts. May she rest in peace.
Yeah.
She unfortunately is no longer a thing. So I got accepted into all of my schools, but I was accepted into USC as a spring commit, not into the specific film major, so I don't really count it. So technically CalArts, SJSU, Chapman. And I would say hardships was definitely balancing schoolwork, of course, with applications because I'm a senior in high school and I go to kind of an academically rigorous high school. So I was balancing that and also extracurriculars. I do theater after school. So I was balancing school, theater, and applying to animation colleges. So what I will say to anyone who's coming from a very academically rigorous background or anyone who's just very busy in their lives, I know a lot of people have to go to work at jobs and also manage school and also manage applications, or anyone who does a lot of extracurriculars or sort of spread themselves in various activities. Know your limits. I only applied to 5 colleges total, and most people at my school applied to 12 to 20. I decided I wasn't going to do that because I had a very straight path. I knew the schools that I wanted to go to, and those were the only schools. And I thought, well, of course, pick safety schools if you think that you might not get into your dream school. But at the same time, I think do some reflecting on what your skill level is at and how much time you actually have to dedicate. And don't feel bad about only applying to so little schools because, at least in the US, applying to colleges is like a very big part of people's lives. And I guess, at least for me, I felt a little bit of guilt, but don't feel guilt about it because every single school that you're applying to has a portfolio, which is very different from what other people are going through. So focus on yourself, know your limits. Managing stress, I will say, just know where your priorities lie. There were some days where I'm just like, you know what, I can't work on my portfolio right now. I need to put my focus into something else. And I would say how to do it, start early. I really made the mistake of starting super late and thinking I would have time in the fall. Guys, you do not have time in the fall. You will be managing so many things. I'm talking to my seniors in high school or juniors or anyone in high school who's applying. If you take a gap year, then I think you'll have much more time, I would assume. So if you feel like you need to take a gap year, do that. If you're financially stable or you want to work and build credit or save money during that time, I totally applaud and support that. And I would say work with someone. I had a portfolio buddy the entire time and she really saved my ass sometimes of just we were working together and it's sort of that shared struggle that drives you forward, empowers you forward of I'm not in this alone. So find a group of people to apply with. I think that's always super, super helpful because then you're not managing your stress alone. You're constantly talking to people and you get to have their perspectives and you guys get to sort stuff out together and it's just really, really beneficial to your process. Yes, that's all my advice.
Sorry, did you say you only applied to 5 schools?
Yeah.
Oh, I was because I had only applied to 1, so I feel like I don't even know how to start.
Oh my gosh, well, go you. Way to brag about it. But
No. Yeah, I'm going to sound like a douche now.
No. I have friends who also apply to only 1, but it's if you feel like your skill level is that awesome, then go ahead, only apply. But I was just casting a safety net.
That's fair. It's one of the good things about applying to less schools is I guess it's just less overwhelming, but that's a short-term feeling, I guess. But yeah, for this question, I guess for me, as I mentioned before, I went to a fine arts high school, so I did definitely benefit a lot from getting to learn the basics, not animation, nothing digital, but it was still really helpful. And for Sheridan, I know that the portfolio, it was due around February, what is that, winter semester? Anyway, so what helps a lot, I guess this is kind of repeating previous points, but I think people underestimate how important time is because a lot of the people, they have this mindset of as long as I get it done before the deadline, I'm in the clear. But I think it is so important to get it done way before, as early as humanly possible, because you will keep working on it until the deadline, because the time that you have is going to go into accumulating, feedback from like teachers, peers, like anyone, and yourself, because you do notice mistakes the longer you look at your own work. And it's just important because there was so many things that like I was really lucky because at my high school in the fall semester, we had this portfolio class where the assignments were like apply to a college, like an art school, and like do the requirements before this semester ends. So I had my portfolio mostly done by December, or like even before that, I think. But anyway, I had time in my hands is what I mean. And I definitely used it and benefited a lot from that, extra time. And there were a few sections like Sheridan has or had, I don't know if it changed, but a personal section where it's just like, show what you do on your off time. So for that, I left it to the last second because I was like, I don't care. Like I already have personal stuff. Worst case scenario, I'll just put stuff in my whatever I have. And that's what happened. And I put whatever I had and I got such a terrible grade for that section. So time is so important is my advice, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah, I was in a really weird position the first year I applied, and then also I'm a transfer, so I applied this year again, and my cycle isn't over. I still don't have some of my decisions, but I'm already committed to a college, so I don't really care. So I am self-taught and also first-generation college student. So I am also from the middle of nowhere, like Ren. I'm from Kentucky, and I also graduated high school early. So I graduated at 16, and so I applied to all of my colleges. I started my applications when I was 15, and I applied with work from when I was 15 and 16. So my high school application process, I applied to SCAD, SVA, CalArts, and USC, also keeping it really small because I was spending a lot of time on it. And I got into SCAD and SVA with merit scholarships, and I got rejected from CalArts and USC. Obviously, I was 16, but it felt like the end of the world to me, because I was just so insecure about my achievements and my accomplishments, and I felt like everyone was watching me because I was such a high achiever in high school. I felt like I had to go somewhere really, really, really important. Not that SCAD and SVA aren't even really prestigious schools, because they are, but I just felt like I had to be the next level, and obviously I wasn't because I was 16 years old. And so I went to SVA, and SVA I feel like is notoriously the CalArts reject school. We have really good people there, but most of them are also people that got rejected from CalArts and went there instead, because it is kind of up there, I guess, I suppose. And when I was transferring again, being there, I kind of had this realization that I actually don't really even like doing 2D animation that much. I much prefer working with my hands and stuff. And I was kind of looking for something different in my career than what most animation colleges were going to offer me. So I realized during that I wouldn't really have been super happy at any of the places I applied to originally and also got rejected from, just because my interest in film and animation had changed. So whenever I started my transfer process, I only applied to 5 schools again this year too. I applied to Queens College, which is a CUNY, so that was my safety. I applied to Sarah Lawrence College, which is an integrated open curriculum filmmaking program. I applied to RIT, which is a stop motion specific but also kind of open program. RISD, which I got rejected from, and I also applied to USC. But they've done stuff with their college since I applied that no longer make me want to go there. But I'm probably going to get rejected from there next week too. So yeah. And what I've learned this application cycle and the cycle before is that everybody, especially in art college, it's very hyper competitive, animation is. And there is a lot of weight, especially from young people, and just being young and feeling like you don't have a lot to your name yet. I'm 17 years old right now, and I'm a sophomore in college, and that's a crazy thing to say. And I feel for a long time, up until maybe a couple months ago, I felt like so much of my worth was tied to where I went to college. And that really did influence my attitude and my opinions and like what I was like focusing my work on and who I thought I was as a human being. And that's just so toxic. And it's a terrible mentality. And I don't think anybody should prestige chase. I think everyone should go to the school that fits them best. And I think everyone should go to the school that they love and the school that they dream about going to. But I also like want to say that it's totally okay if you don't go to like the #1 college. It's okay if you didn't get into your dream school. And it's totally okay if you thought like you got to your dream school or you thought you got to the best school and then it wasn't for you at all. Like I have had such a crisis since transferring that like I thought people were going to think of me like less because I don't live in New York City anymore and I don't go to SVA anymore. And that is like incredibly harmful to your development as an artist and to your development as a person. And I am so much happier now that I've been able to reflect on my values and my career and like just what I want out of a school and its curriculum and my financial ability, emphasis on financial ability. I got full tuition scholarships to all of the colleges I got accepted into. And that is such a blessing in and of itself. And like, even if I had gotten into RISD, I couldn't have afforded it. And I probably can't afford to go to USC if I got in. So I am totally content being at like my 12th best animation school at RIT because it's just like, it's the place that wanted me back. You know, like it's the place that accepted me early with maximum merit scholarship and a huge need-based grant. And like the school that has worked so hard for me to be able to transfer and that has been like so communicative with me compared to like some of the other colleges I applied to. And I just feel like there's so less pressure and stress on me now that I'm just like making the decision based on like what I want to do without really considering what other people think. And like, I'm just able to be confident in like my career choices and just knowing that I can afford to go to college and that I'm going somewhere that I think will make me happy and will achieve my goals. And like, I love seeing other people succeed. And like, I don't like care anymore where I get rejected from or where I get into. And that's so freeing for me because my identity was based on that for so long. And now I'm just like able to be so happy for all of my amazing friends and mutuals who are like succeeding everywhere else. And I just like want to say to like everybody who's applying right now, like just you're a community and everyone here is a community and it really does not matter like where you go. And I think like we should celebrate everyone's achievements, but also know that like you're not defined by this period in your life. Like there's so much more to you than like where you go to school.
Yeah, well said. So well said.
I'm going to pick that up exactly where you left off because that was what I was going through when I was applying. I went to the same studio that Doruk did, except I did something really stupid and essentially tried to speedrun my portfolio in like half a year, less than even. I applied to like multiple countries, so many schools that like I didn't even want to go to, but I just applied anyway because partially I wanted that safety net, partially I wanted that like thrill of achievement. I guess I kind of, though I was in like this weird situation where I was going to this really academic, totally non-art based school. I had like no support from like a counselor or anything. I was doing everything by myself. My parents weren't really banking on me doing this art thing. So it was just, you know, me trying to prove myself essentially. Well, there's nothing wrong with that very natural feeling, of course. But when you base your whole identity on making it through that college process with some form of success, I didn't fall at any point during that period. I'm so glad for that. I got my acceptances. I got so many great financial aid from so many schools that helped me go to the school that I'm currently going to. But I'm just looking back and thinking, if I'd flopped at any point during that process, I don't know what I would have done. I think it's so important to like separate yourself from your academic persona in that period. Like have you as a person and have the student that's applying to these colleges be different. Like, of course, I went to a really academic high school. We had like our senior year perks when we were graduating, but of course, it was like the grind never stopped. essentially, until we got our diplomas. But I think it's so important trying to, connect to these things that ground you. Doruk was essentially my portfolio buddy, like you said previously, because we were suffering together. And exactly. having even him as that line of support that I could fall back onto, I think was one of the very few things that kept me afloat during that process. Trying to like enjoy the small perks of, graduating high school, those last memories you have in your home country. If you're an international student like me, holding on to those is so important. I feel like it's like this hurricane that sucks you in, the whole admission process, because whenever you when you get online, you have all these accomplished people you see, some with more fortunate circumstances than you, some with less, so many experiences, and it's so easy to get lost in that. I think it's important to remember that you're like your own unique player in this game, and not one other person's going to be the same as you. Sorry, I'm sick. You'll see a lot of people talking about their experiences just like we are, but I think it's important to remember that those experiences aren't like linear paths that you might be on at the same time. You will have a different journey, whether that be your applications, your time in college, all of the sort. One thing I feel I would have done differently if I'd known was definitely start earlier and not try and cram everything in a couple months. Did I quote unquote succeed? Well, yeah, I didn't get rejected. I got financial aid. I made it out of the country in a really stressful political time, essentially. Yeah. But the thing is, when I landed in my college in this new country, I had put so much onto that door of escape that when even the smallest things, like even the smallest hiccups happened, that would send me into a pitfall. So it's also important to remember that, you will finish this like grueling process of applying with all the academic stress and stress from your school or your parents or whatever other circumstances that you may be feeling, and you'll land yourself in a college. It's also important to remember that that's not like the end checkpoint of a journey. That's not going to be your reward. It's like just another beginning point for whatever might come in the next 4, 5, 6, whatever years that you study. I used to spiral really easily because that college acceptance, moving, starting a new life was like, I felt like it was going to be the thing that saved me. And of course it isn't. Looking back now, it feels very childish and silly, but circumstances, and that's what I felt at the time. Nothing wrong with that. I think it's valuable to, even when you're in your first years, when nothing's really clear, you don't even feel sure about the school you're in, just take in all the new things it's giving you, whether that be like classes, friends, new city, new school, connections, all the sort. Keep it in mind as like an experience and not a checkpoint is what I'm going to suggest. Sorry, my voice keeps breaking. I'm really sick.
Okay. I mean, everything you guys said is so good. I feel weird going last because I don't want to restate anything that anybody else has already said. But I guess just again, talking about my own experience, I applied to CalArts 2 times. I got rejected the first time I applied. So I took a gap year and reapplied a second time and I got in. My second time applying, I had, I think 42 or 45 pieces total in my portfolio. And I think one of the biggest takeaways is kind of don't listen to the school itself when you're applying. Listen to the students who go there. I went to National Portfolio Day in Chicago, which is this event that travels around the United States, and they send representatives from these art schools to look at students' portfolios. It's it's definitely beneficial, but it really strongly depends on the representative you're talking to, especially for CalArts. I did not talk to a very useful person. I I showed him my figure drawings and he was like, "Are these done from photo references?" And because I'm from Indiana, there's not that many figure drawing studios here. So I was supplementing just to show that I could do it. And I was like, do I lie or do I tell the truth? Because what if he knows, what if he can tell? And so I told the truth and I was like, these are drawn from photo reference. I'm sorry. They also can't even tell, even in the admissions room. Nobody can tell if your figure drawings are drawn from photo reference unless it's like a very popular pose.
70%
So-
of mine were photo, and I
Yeah.
got it. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah, a
no,
lot of-
same. There was only one figure drawing studio in Kentucky, and I still got into all my schools with photo drawings. So
But when I said that to him, he was like, okay, so why don't you go out places? And I was like, there are none. And he was like, well, what if you just get a group of friends and find a space and make your own figure drawing studio? And I was like, whoa. So I left that feeling pretty defeated because I was like, I have no time to do this. I had a part-time job and like all my friends are studying at college already in state. And like there was nobody around that I felt like I could do this. And also I have no reputation. I'm an 18-year-old. How am I supposed to get a model? So it felt like really bad. And I ended up asking some of the current students that went to CalArts when I was applying. I was like, hey, is that true? And they were like, no. So it's sometimes you're not talking to the most reputable source when you're speaking to the schools just because it's somebody that they have to send to these things. But like aside from that, talking about the actual creation process, I think like a lot of it is just for CalArts especially. It's mostly just showing off your own artistic voice. And I feel like that's the most important thing. Like, I don't have the most strong foundational skills or anything like that, just because I was self-taught for a long time. And if something seemed boring to me, I wouldn't learn it, which is, again, why I need to go to art school so somebody can force me to do the boring things. But it's a directorial school. A lot of the people who come out of CalArts end up being directors, so they accept people who kind of have a more directorial voice, and that comes down to being unique and showing off something that they haven't seen before. But at the same time, it does get very subjective and random. I've heard them reject people for not having enough pieces. I've heard them reject people for having too many pieces. What goes on in that room is entirely a mystery. Even after you get in, they won't really tell you why you got in unless you like really pester them about it. So it's really subjective. And like, again, if like what other people were saying, as long as you can find a school and find a community that you feel comfortable in, it doesn't matter how hard it is to get in or whatever, like the prestige of the school. But something else I did was I did like a stupid TikTok series when I was applying, which was kind of an added level of stress, but it helped out so much. Like I applied my second time and I was just so bored. I was like, I'm gonna make a little TikTok series just documenting all of this. And it ended up doing pretty well. I got, I think like, I wanna say like 10,000 new followers out of it on TikTok, but it kind of turned into something where like, I feel like especially when you're applying to these very selective schools, it kind of feels like you're pouring out your soul for them and like you're kind of like at their whim and whatever they decide, like you're just like one person and it feels really daunting. But it kind of like, it helped me like understand that like what I'm making is still me and for myself. And you can benefit by applying to these schools, even if you don't get in. Like, applying to CalArts is such a and applying to a lot of these schools is such a daunting task that like you have no idea what's going to happen on the other side of all of it. And it kind of like, you kind of like get in a circular, like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing, but I have to keep doing it, but I don't know what I'm doing. And so like, there's other ways to benefit. And like, it's just, yeah, like, yeah. So I think it's important to keep sight of who you are when you're applying to these schools, because ultimately you want to go to these schools to become a better version of yourself. So you should show off something that is unique to you already and that you want to continue developing at these schools.
One thing I want to add, because I also applied this year, but I didn't talk much about it. I applied this year to Sheridan, to CalArts, CCA, and some other California schools. I applied to USC as well, I think. I didn't get into CalArts and USC. CCA closed down, and I didn't get into Sheridan. But I think the reason why is all of them have different portfolio things that they want. And I was also studying at RUBIKA this year, and I didn't take a gap year. I should have, now that I look back, but I think when looking at these portfolio regulations, I guess, like Ren said, you should do them not for the school itself, but yeah, it's for the school itself, but you should, I think, make it for yourself first, and then apply that and change some bits in it to match the school's portfolio regulations, is what I like to say. And I also want to say that check in with yourselves, whatever you do, because a lot of you said, I didn't really want to repeat, but when doing this process of applications for colleges and universities, it really eats you up. And I think you should know that you yourself you shouldn't be this stressed, and it's not the end of the world if you don't get in or if you get accepted to it. You should check in with yourself, you should know your goals, and you should walk and make your own path according to that, because there is no one path to do it. Because I think no matter where you'll go, you'll have regrets, but you'll also have new things to be happy about. Because for me, in my head, up to high school is basically prequel, because everybody goes to high school, goes to I know, elementary, middle school, but after university or with university, is where people differentiate. It's where people actually get to be themselves.
Yes, that's so true. Can I add something specific about SVA's admission process?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I worked in admissions while I was there. That was my work study. I did their PR and social media. So I can tell you, if anyone out there listening is applying to SVA, they are a 90% acceptance rate school, and the only reason animation is lower than that is because they have more people than spaces. So if you want to get in, you will get in. You just need to apply super early. So apply in November or December, and then they will give you your decision in 3 weeks. And if you are full pay, you are 100% more likely to get in than someone who is not full pay. They are not need blind. But if you have a really strong portfolio, they will offer you a merit scholarship. And for animation right now, they just increased the max merit scholarship to $27,000, I think, which is half tuition. So if you want to get in, you'll get in. You just have to do it really, really soon, unless you can pay full tuition, and then they'll let you in regardless. And if you do apply and you get rejected from animation, they will defer you to a different major and allow you to transfer in either second semester or next year.
Same with Sheridan. Did anybody wanna add something?
I did not even know that. I did not even fucking know
Yeah, I got rejected from Sheridan, and then they first said, do you want to do the foundational course? And I said no. And then they said, do you want to do computer science? I was like, no. So yeah. They do
it's not up in the air for Sheridan. It's they're still trying to figure it out. I don't even know what they're trying to figure out. It's such an old program, but yeah, I don't know. They're opening a 3D animation program. Anyway, I don't know. That was so random, but yeah.
Interesting.
I guess if we're talking specific schools, how to get in, of course, like Ren said, CalArts is very hush-hush about it. What I will say is I think you can get really caught up in who's better than who. You can get really competitive about your fellow applicants. And I know for me, I got into this very spiral of self-doubt, and it got to the point where like I convinced myself so hard that I wasn't gonna get in that when I got my acceptance, I like thought I was being pranked. I was like, where's the fucking cameras? So don't do that, because that can really undermine your self-worth, and I think it will actually make your portfolio worse because you feel like everything that you make isn't good. And one of the biggest regrets I have is that I had finished work and I had convinced myself that it wasn't good and I didn't put it in. Absolutely do not do that. Any finished work that you have that you made during the process, absolutely put it in, because that is definitely still like a marker of your quality. And don't try to rush things last minute and be like, oh, like this previous work that I made a month-ish ago, like it doesn't show what I want to show. Like I'm gonna do new work right now in the last 3 days. Absolutely do not do that, because you're rushing yourself, and you're also in a different mindset, probably in a worse mindset because you've been under a lot of stress. So like what Ren was saying, at least for CalArts, they really appreciate like a strong point of view and a strong point of view on life, and also very strong storytelling ability. And so don't get caught up, and this goes for any school, and what other people are doing, because this is so cliche, but they genuinely want to see what you can do and sort of like distill your essence in your art. Like what defines me? What type of work, if someone were to glance at it, they would go, oh, that's Issa's work, or that's Doruk's work, or that's Ren's work, whatever. What defines me, and how do I translate that into my portfolio? So it's a very big mental battle, but I believe in everyone.
Adding to that, I'll say, since I started early for the applications, I think like quantity also makes quality. So if you do take a gap year, I'd say like just draw all the things that you say, all the things that you see, all the things basically. So because if you do that, you'll have a lot of material to choose from, and if like you'll improve a heck of a ton. So yeah. Thank you. Was someone gonna add something, or should I move on? Moving on. Okay. I'm sorry.
Say
Yeah.
one last thing,
Go
if
ahead.
that's
Go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it short. There's one thing that you should totally steer away from. You're gonna see a lot of content online of people sharing their experiences while applying after they've been accepted. Some of them are going to be like a year old, some of them are going to be 6 years old. Whatever they are, look at them, see what they've made, but do not try and copy them verbatim. I have, for all the students, for all my peers that I know that have gotten to, like myself included, like CalArts or like Gobelin or like other, I'm just giving those two names because those are like the big common
names.
hardship ones. Sheridan, do not, like it, none of them have those like extremely decorated sketchbooks that you see online. None of them have those like stereotypical accepted media videos that you see. All of them have something unique that you don't find online or anywhere. It's so important to keep in mind that, you know, all these accepted acceptances, like those schools already have that kind of student. You need to be something new for them to find you interesting. If you give them something they've already seen, that they've already, you know, collected, they're not gonna want duplicates, is basically what I'm trying to say.
True. All right. So moving on.
Sorry, I went to
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're good. Quack is also okay. So portfolio aiding programs, quack. Portfolio aiding programs, pre-colleges, programs to build up your portfolio, and bonus if you wanna like say something about it. How do you approach your art, show your voice? So for me, portfolio aiding programs, like I said, I went to Atelier for about 4 years with Piri, and like in that I kind of basically learned academical drawings for the first 3 years, and the last year I kind of was like, okay, since I want to do animation, I'll like do character design, like I know figure drawings and stuff like that. So I do think for portfolio aiding programs, I suppose, like they do help, especially if you want to get better at art, because I think if you get the fundamentals right, you can play with those and like you'll definitely be better with cartooning, in my experience at least, especially with anatomy. For pre-colleges, I went to Ringling's pre-college program and to CISA. I'll say this, for Ringling, they don't want anything like a portfolio. It's like a 4-week program, and if you pay, you get in basically. And the faculty, the facilities that they do have at Ringling is very good. But it also kind of depends on you, because there were, at least in my year in 2023, core classes, and then you got to choose like 2 extra classes that like were more specialized, I guess. I chose storyboarding and motion design to learn After Effects and storyboarding because I just like storyboarding. And for the core classes, I remember there was 2D design, 3D design, figure drawing, and 4D design, I think. I don't remember what it was about. But I'll say this, especially for CISA, which is like at CalArts, with like the TAs, RAs being CalArts students, and the teachers being quite good. I'll say that the programs, especially at CISA, helped me a lot to get both material and for my artistic growth. And especially at CISA, I mean, at Ringling too, the friends I made with both like students and the RAs, TAs, are like, I still talk to them. I'm still on contact with them, and like a lot of my friends that went to the Ringling one are now studying at Ringling, and same with CISA. They're mostly either studying at Art Center or CalArts usually. And like I think when going into those, especially make very good connections with the RAs and TAs as well, because they're the students. You're gonna be one of them if you end up going to that school. So first of all, you can ask them for like portfolio advice, feedback, and like that could be sort of like mentorship, I guess, but like a portfolio editing program, I suppose you could call it. And like it generally helped me a lot when choosing a college, when I like email a lot of those RAs, TAs, and even fellow students, which like Isa I think said, like made me feel less alone. I guess for how I approach my art, I don't know why I wrote that actually. Anyway, I think I just do after some point, and some things I like art in general. I like conventional art. I like things that are considered like experimental and stuff like that. And I usually take what I like from each one of those and try to mix and match, and like a lot of just doing it. And like when you do it, you especially like a lot, you get the hang of some stuff you don't for some, but like it becomes you, I think, especially with things you want to talk about or like want to express your voice with.
So for me, I think I already went through my process. Actually, don't think I said that I actually tried out a couple of portfolio aiding programs, but at the end, the one I ended up sticking with was actually a place that prepares students for the Turkish fine arts exams. And on top of that, I actually also went part-time to prep school because in Turkey we also have like a centralized, well, we have our own version of the SAT, and for public schools it can be good to have a good score on that too. For friends, and yeah, I actually, looking back, think I neglected French schools, which is kind of odd because at the end of the day, they were the schools I wanted to go to the most. But still, I also forgot to mention I went to SVA's pre-college program on my second year of high school, and it was a lovely experience, but it's very quickly fine. Thank you. Yes, but it also made me realize that for what you're paying to study in America, it's not worth it. I'm sorry. Yeah. But yeah, I think one upside of my journey was that trying out so many programs, I knew what was for me and what wasn't. Doruk made a very good point in all the different programs and preparatory classes I went to. In each in each one of them, there was at least one person that was willing to talk to me, to guide me, someone I could learn from, essentially. So yeah, that was my journey. For me, approaching my art, one thing I guess is that I really like to do fan art, right? Which is I don't know if it's still frowned upon for portfolios. Is it? I think it's still a little bit frowned upon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause it's not
that was one thing I struggled with. Like, I really liked doing figure drawings and stuff, but I had a hard time, figure drawings and all the technical perspective drawings. But when it was time to do like full colored pieces, I had a hard time finding a subject. But still, but yeah, I still. So if you're someone who enjoys doing fan art, do it on the side. Do it as like a sort of motivator, right? Do it as like your warm-ups or your breaks. Save your energy for the original stuff.
I guess I can go. I will preface with saying that I'm extremely lucky to be based in LA, which has so many opportunities to build my portfolio work. I have so many figure drawing like clubs and programs nearby. If you're LA based, I recommend Gallery Nucleus. Gallery Nucleus is amazing. You can meet so many people there. And I'll just say that I also have a lot of art schools nearby. I live very close to Art Center. I know none of us go or applied there, but Art Center is a great resource. So I did some like Art Center teen stuff, and I also attended CISA, and I attribute CISA to most of the reasons why I completely committed myself to applying to art school. It was such an amazing opportunity that I got to go there, and basically CISA stands for California State Summer School for the Arts, and it was previously hosted at CalArts, but now it's being hosted at Cal Poly Pomona. So I don't know if the like CalArts Connect will be as strong anymore. But we'll see. We'll have to see. And I also did some like online workshops. I definitely recommend those. Like if you can get like an online mentorship or just like take a class, there's so many resources. Warrior Art Camp, Schoolism, Domestica, they all have courses. Even just YouTube, like Proco is a really great resource. Jackie Druzhko does a lot of stuff. Like there is stuff everywhere you want to look. So I would just say run towards any opportunity that you have. And I'm also extremely privileged to have the money and the resources and the car to go places and the time to go places. So I will say it is expensive to, at least in the US, to commit yourself to improving your art in ways that are like go to figure drawing. I will say figure drawing is so essential if you want to apply to art school, especially animation. Life drawing, though, is free. You just have your sketchbook and you run out into the world and you draw the world around you. And I totally recommend doing that every single day, because if you build a habit, you will see improvement in your own work, and your personal style, like the way you view the world, will definitely help. And then how do you approach your art? Show your voice. I'm definitely shaped by the experiences and the identities that I hold. So, you know, whatever that means to you, if you have an ethnic identity or a gender or sexual orientation, I think you can pull from that in your art, and people definitely do. A lot of the stories that really resonate with me are very specific, and advice that I got from Rita, actually, Dork. Rita said this advice is that specificity breeds relatability. So the more specific you can get with your art, you'd think that you'd be shutting off more people, but that specific experience that you have has foundations in universal experiences with everyone. And if you just go for the most general thing, then you're not going to catch people's eye because there's a lot of general stories out there. So when building your portfolio, think really like, what do I specifically want to say that no one else can say the way I say it, you know? So that's how I would approach showing your voice. And it's just like, don't try to achieve a certain voice. I was talking about this earlier, but just try to see what you have already. What you have already is enough. Don't try to change your voice because your voice is already special enough.
Everyone's making such good points. And portfolio aiding programs, it's like Scientology to me because I don't know what it's about. Like, I don't know if it's like good or bad. So I'm like more like speaking as an onlooker. But I'd like to imagine that these programs are compressed lessons for each section of a portfolio. Now, I could be wrong. I know people have had incredible experiences, but I think if you're only struggling with like one or two areas, you might benefit more if you just took a more in-depth course for that specific thing instead of a compressed program. Just because I'm trying to imagine, and I think like portfolio programs, I think they can only teach you so much while also providing feedback. Like, I think people also have this feeling of like FOMO, like, oh, I have to because others are doing it, which, I mean, maybe you might benefit from it. But, you know, before blindly enrolling into anything else, I think like you should take a really honest look at your own work and just determine where you're lacking. And for how do you approach your art? I think this is like an interesting question too, because I don't know if everyone here wants to be like an animator, but you know, animation, especially like, you know, for film and TV, like the entertainment industry, you're not really like your own person compared to like, you know, like a fine arts major who's like painting for like, I don't know, like museums and art shows. You're more like a cog in a machine. So it's not like a priority, but at the same time, you can have a voice. I don't mean to sound so like fucking evil about it, but I think like, yeah, you shouldn't really think so hard. I do agree that you should be your own artist. You shouldn't like try to copy others. At the same time, I don't want to sound like a fence sitter, but if you are inspired by a certain art style, think of it like a font, you know, like if you just create like a big gallery of like art style inspirations and pull, you know, from one thing, like small bits instead of like outright copying another artist, I think that's okay. I think that's a really good way to build and figure out your own voice, to imitate others in a respectful way. That's how I learned, at least. I mean, I didn't like, if I did imitate like another artist to like a crazy degree, I didn't share that. No one gets to see those. But, you know, if you want to draw in like a certain style, I think it's fine to, you know, research that. And yeah, I'm ending my answer pretty lamely. It's pretty short, but yeah.
I did the Kentucky State version of CISA, so I did governor school for the arts when I was like a sophomore, so 14. I did visual art for foundational studies, and that was really helpful. I think in general, I think it really strengthened my foundational art skills, and it was free for the state. So yay, 100% net positive experience. If you have something like that in your state, I 100% recommend that. And then the summer before I applied, I did like the online CalArts like extended studies portfolio development workshop. And that was $1,000. And I like the work I made in it, but also it was low key just like prompts and then getting like feedback. So I don't know if it was worth $1,000, and it probably wasn't. And I didn't get in. So like, I'm kind of neutral on it. But I think if you can find something that's like an affordable thing to do over the summer that I think just like will even like let you grow as a person. Like I did a academic summer thing my junior year as well at the same time I did like the workshop. So like, and I think I gained more from the free academic summer camp when it came to my college applications than I did like the actual portfolio development workshop, because it like helped me figure out more of like who I was as a person. So I guess my lesson is like work on your foundational skills, but also like work on yourself as a person, because both are important when you're applying.
Oh shit. Okay. I almost missed my turn. I did not go to any pre-college thing. I didn't have like my family fully backing me. I didn't have the finances for it. I was kind of freeballing it. I didn't even really have like a counselor system. For a very brief period of time, I did go to the studio Doruk also went to, but I'm gonna come out and say, like, the environment is very supportive, of course. If you have like a good studio environment with like a good mentor and some good friends along the way, that will really feed you in the process, both like, skill wise and like emotionally, or like, just as a support system. That's also very important. But I'm gonna give a hot take and say you kind of don't need those. There are genuinely so many assets out there, both online and like I can't speak for myself because I don't, but if you live in like a more kind of like an artsy city, you might have opportunities around where you can, make use of the world around you. Some of these, I guess, counseling programs aren't always what they promise to be. Some of these studios, or like portfolio prep places, also aren't what they promise to be. There's a lot of finance involved in all of this. Prices are constantly going up. Student bases are changing. Mentors are changing. I say if you haven't had the opportunity to, make use of any of these, you're not 100% missing out. There's still a lot you have that you can use to build yourself. Even if it's just, consuming media that feeds you artistically, or like I think what Issa said, just grabbing your notebook and getting some life drawing in, all of those will build you as well. Sorry. For, making sure you have the right things in your portfolio. If you have the chance to go to like those like national portfolio days, or if there's something adjacent in your country, definitely try to. But I think, like what most of the other people here said, you will get a lot of valuable information from the students currently attending or recent graduates if you're stretching. But, what schools want change drastically year to year. So it's always important to stay up to date. And if you can find even one student who's willing to share what their experiences was like, which I'm sure you could easily. I think that's one of the most valuable assets out there during the whole process. Sorry. My shtick was, like I said earlier, I applied to a shit ton of schools in a really nightmarish short period of time, burned myself out a little. But I did get acceptances and financial aids from like mentioned earlier, like there was CalArts, there was CCA, rest in peace, SVA, MICA, my current school, who gave me like bless them an outrageous amount of money. Some schools in the Netherlands, RUBIKA, if any of you know. I applied to France as well. I got into ESMA. I don't remember if I applied to RUBIKA. I think I did. It was like a hot minute ago. I applied to Gobelin. I essentially made it, but I was waitlisted, and I didn't wait for that to clear when I was first applying. There was CalArts as well. I made it into that too. But for all of those, I think I'm glad I didn't let some of those like inconvenient circumstances limit me. I did struggle, and I did feel the FOMO of like, oh man, I wish I had more I could use to boost me up a little like some of the other applicants. But at the end of the day, there's so much you can get from your friends, your very perhaps small artistic community, putting yourself out there in the world with your little sketchbook and drawing a little, taking in what you see. Also, I'm going to add to the showing your voice in your art part. I think it's very valuable to both when you're applying to these colleges and after you get accepted as you're building your artistic identity, is to go back to things that first set you on this path, whether that be, things you consumed when you were younger, little bits of inspiration. Keep all those in mind as you build your sense of art, but don't limit yourself with those. I have a lot of peers here that are very, very skilled, but they struggle to break themselves out of the media that they get inspired from. So I think there's that very thin, important gray line of loving the things that make you love art, but also pulling from them in a way that's merged with your unique experiences to make something that's truly you. Similar to a point I made earlier about, seeing so much stuff online from students who got accepted, graduated, are in the industry sharing their experiences. It's important to see what succeeded for them at one point, and it's important to take lesson from that, but also definitely not connecting yourself to those as foolproof examples, like verbatim. I think that's also very important. Similar to Doruk, I pull a lot from my culture. I'm a big history nerd as well. That's one point we bond over a lot. I'm an illustration major, so that's my main area of work. But I do a lot of stop motion stuff, installation work that goes into a bit more fine artsy parts. I did a bit of sculpture even. So if you have, I'm very fortunate that MICA allows me to play around with the different mediums. I'm very, very happy about that, extremely happy. There's a lot of opportunities for me to break out of my major. We're actively encouraged to try new things because the school's aware that all these things will feed into your main line of work, of course. So if you have any opportunity to try different things that might not be in your active wheelhouse, absolutely do that. I think when I was in my first year at my college, I spent the first half kind of slumped over and burnt out from the chaotic application process I just finished. But when I kind of broke out of that mold and when I started reaching out my arms to different fields of work and, different areas of illustration, art making, whether that be for animation or any sort of variety of art, that's when I feel I truly started to develop a sense of what I want to be with my art in the future. All these little opportunities where I got to make some beautiful stop motion work, where I finally decided animation was going to be my minor and not my major. The exhibition opportunities I got from my installation work when I was just a second year, just this year, something I'm really proud of. All of these happened because, I took a deep breath and I kind of reached out of my comfort zone. And I think all of those right now is help me build what I want to be in the future.
Yeah, I agree again with everything that you guys said. I personally went to Ringling Pre-College in 2022. I always wanted to go to CISA, and that's why I went to Ringling Pre-College, because in 2022, CISA wasn't accepting anyone from outside the state of California. So I never got in. I applied twice after that and was rejected both times. No, you're good. Because it's a state-funded program. I think a lot of the money comes from California state taxpayers. So I think that's why they limit how many out-of-state applicants can come every year, ? I'm not sure. But Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I liked Ringling pre-college a lot. I was just coming out of my sophomore year of high school when I did it. So I think that really solidified like, oh, like art school is something that I want to do. And I did the visual development for concept art and film directing immersions at Ringling. And well, I got COVID for half of it, so I was in a singular room for a lot of the program, but but I think it was a good experience. But honestly, like a lot of the stuff that I found most valuable was from online and free programs. I did quarantine summer school for animation in 2023.
USA, yes, CUSA shout out.
Yes, it's such a good program.
Yes.
I did the visual development track in that in 23 because I thought it would help me build my portfolio. And I mean, it's very like, because it's a free program and because it's entirely online, it's a lot like what you have time for and what you want to put into it. But because it is run by a lot of current students at these schools, it's very like, I think what out of all of the programs that I could have applied to and gone to for pre-college and stuff like that, I think that one is honestly one of the most valuable. And I'm also kind of biased because I do advise there in the summer. So they have set courses, and then you get put in a group of people where one usually a current college student or recent graduate is giving you feedback on what you're making, and it's entirely free and it doesn't cost $1,000 like the CalArts portfolio development workshops, which I did one of those as well. Again, just stating what other people said, it's $1,000 for prompts and feedback. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think you should do it, which sorry CalArts, but it's too much money. But yeah, I think most of what I learned was from YouTube, which is kind of like a dangerous situation because some of it depends on who you're watching on YouTube. There's a lot of cynical, at least when I was younger, there's a lot of cynical, like kind of clickbaity people on there, and there still kind of is, especially surrounding art school. So you kind of have to take everything that you're learning with a grain of salt, but there's really valuable things. And as long as you just take whatever resonates with you the strongest, I think you'll be fine. For the bonus question, how I approach my art and show my voice, I think just because a lot of like my practice up until like the latter end of high school was very like, I want to draw my OCs and I want to make it look cool. I think it's a lot of like observational work and very observation based. It's also very character driven. When I like how I think what Issa was saying about specificity is very important and something that I tried to do in my work as well. If somebody has a funny quirk, I think like people watching is very fun and very inspiring. And like listening to interviews with the creators that I like, it really explains a lot about their thought process. And I think like the biggest part of my approach to art is learning and thinking about what I want to do more than actually just drawing it. Like the whole like, even before I put pencil to paper, I think the most entertaining part for me is the actual process of thinking about, you know, the message I want to say, the character I want to create. So yeah, I think that explains why I like CalArts so much as a school as well, because it's like storytelling heavy. So yeah.
Anybody you want to add something?
Oh, I forgot to do the extra bit, so I might do that.
Sure.
Also, I did go to QSSA 2025. I completely forgot. That was a really great experience. And I made a short film during that I really like, and I'm pretty sure it did get me into most of my colleges. So worth it 100%. And for my art process, I am actually like more of a traditional artist, and I hate doing digital art unless I want to. So, and I don't like animating, which is crazy. and I also don't really have OCs, so I didn't really fit in well artistically at SVA. And I kind of felt really bad about it, and everybody actually like kind of made fun of me for it. It was really weird. But then I realized, like, I don't know, I was talking to my professors and I heard this quote somewhere and they were telling me this too, but like, if you're kind of lost, try following your skill, not your dreams. And I kind of like did that a little bit, and I kind of followed my more like fine artsy side, and I did more traditional art, and I kind of like did more of what I want to do rather than what I thought I was supposed to do to be in the animation industry. And then that led to me like completely switching my major and transferring out, and I'm a lot happier now. So my advice is just like, don't let anybody put you in a box, and follow what you want to do, and don't feel like you have to like be any specific kind of artist in order to be successful.
If not, I'll only say this. Goblam also has a summer program both for like undergrads and for people in high school, I think, that like a lot of people take if you're in the EU. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're in the US, you can too. Depends on you. And for content creators, and that I like at least, there's Mu Triple that still has, I mean, very good content and like arts and tips they used to do. And Gabby Caldera, also known as Memoir Comics, which like she has like a lot of great advice.
Yes, shout out. I love both of them. They're
Yeah,
really good, especially
yeah.
like because they're both CalArts people. And this is sort of like outdated, but Mepity or Anya Butler,
Yeah, true.
she has a lot of stuff
So,
on CalArts specifically, but it's kind of old now.
moving on. Tuitions, cost, is it worth it, scholarships, etc. I guess we kind of touched up upon the tuition part, but like if there's anything you want to say about scholarships, because in France there isn't really any scholarships, at least not that I know. So it's more for the
Yeah,
US.
for foreign students, finding scholarships is kind of hard in France.
Yeah.
One thing I feel like is specific to our situation as RUBIKA is that since we're a private art school, our schedule is very set. And so we don't even have time to get like a part-time jobs. We don't have like weekdays to work around. So like the best you can do in that situation is take freelance work from which I've done. I've taken like a couple of freelance modeling, texturing jobs from studios I've interned with, which was really nice. But you know that's not something that's constant. So if you are someone that's looking for something more constant, more reliable, that can be a problem if you want to come study animation here in France. Then again, like I said, this is a private school problem. If you go to a public university with a lot more faculties in it, you'll have more flexibility over your schedule, and you'll be able to work weekdays and stuff. Basically, I've touched upon it, but France recently retracted its rental aid for foreign students. We do have like really affordable student cafeterias in most schools, so that's like one thing. And for me personally, I think I find RUBIKA's tuition cost worth it, as especially since we're located in Valenciennes and not like Paris or a big city. So like no, that still has its own drawbacks, but like one big positive is that rent is relatively cheap. And also like I always say to myself, like even if I lived in Paris and stuff, with all the workload, I would not be able to go out and profit off of being in Paris. So like ironically enough, being in a small city makes me appreciate the times where I get to go to Paris or Brussels or any big cities nearby more special. So I leave it to you, Isa.
Okay. I will be upfront. We've already sort of talked about this. The school I chose, CalArts, is very expensive. As Ren said, one could say it's highway robbery for the amount that you're paying. Yeah, honestly. I was really lucky and I got merit scholarship. I got a $15,000 merit scholarship grant. And I also, for Chapman, I got a really good merit scholarship. I think I received total $38,000 in aid, which would cover about half of the tuition every year. And I know even saying that sentence is crazy, that much aid doesn't even cover half of the tuition for 1 year. But it's about that much. And then I will say, using the money that I got from Chapman, I argued for more from CalArts. So I got an additional 2,500 piecemeal. I got, here's 2 more pennies for you, basically. But, that's still money. What I will say is I'm very lucky, I'm very privileged that I can afford art school, even with very little aid in total. And I will say there's, at least for America, there's a lot of outside scholarships that you can apply to. I recommend the website bold.org. You can apply to, actually, I think I saw, this is so random, but Norea, I saw you on one of them that I was applying for. You were like,
yes, did you message me about this? I feel like you did.
I don't think I messaged you, but like
someone else did. There have been like multiple people who are applying to art school and have like found my name that I was like a finalist for this like $36,000 scholarship, and they're like, "How did you do it?" And I was like, "Girl, they didn't even tell me I like won anything."
Yeah. But like, I like found you. I found someone I know who's going to CalArts now, but just that is to say that it's credible and people do get money from that.
It is. Do that. Definitely.
Yeah, do bold.org. There's a lot of like scholarship opportunities, and yeah, is it worth it? Again, depends on your financial situation. I'm not gonna lie. I really fortunately have the means to go, and therefore I'm pursuing my passion. But like we've all been saying, there are so many avenues to get you to the same or similar destination, or even a better destination than going to art school. So yeah, that's just being transparent and upfront about scholarships. Yeah.
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
As all the Turkish people in this chat know, we've been going through an inflation crisis for what seems like forever. For me, it really got bad the year I got admitted to RUBIKA. So the thing is that, like Isa, I was privileged enough to have parents that were smart, that had some means, and also were smarter than I am. So for me, I was upfront and at the beginning of high school, like, I might want to study in France, and they were like, okay. And they what they did is they started saving up euros, because Turkey, even at that time, the Turkish lira was a little weaker than the euro, and so that came in really handy for when every shit hit the fan. And so I paid like the first 3 years of my tuition here at RUBIKA with the euros my parents saved up for when the euro was like, I don't know, the euro was a lot cheaper. And the thing is, when I look back right now, if I was graduating at this current climate, I don't know if I'd necessarily, I don't know if I'd consider it worth it, because since, as everyone has so eloquently put it, there are so many avenues at this point. I think, if I'm being honest with myself, if I was graduating this year, I think I'd try my best to get into a good program in Turkey for at least my bachelor's, and try to do my master's here in France, because that's one thing actually. So for bachelor's degree in Europe, scholarships are a little harder to find, but for master's it's a lot easier. So yeah, it's like I said, it's a lot of the current situation in your country contributes a lot to your perspective.
Wow. I think my answer to this is gonna be like nothing, but I agree. There's a lot of avenues. Like if you can't afford it, it's not over for you, because this isn't addressing the question right now, but just to put it out there, like what school you end up in, it it's not even like the beginning of your career. It's like pre beginnings. So if you don't get into like the best schools in the world, whatever that ranking even means, I don't even know how they like determine that, but it doesn't matter if you don't get in, and it doesn't matter if you can't like afford it. You can still like have a successful career in animation. For the specifics of like my, I guess, tuition history, like I said before, I was just writing off of my provincial government's tuition program. I'm a Canadian citizen living in Ontario, so the domestic tuition was like already something within my financial scope. I will say, like others have mentioned, I'm from Turkey, so I have this like financial curse following me as well, even in Canada. So I guess I am like kind of bleeding out of money, but I know, but I was it was okay. It was okay for me to pursue this, and to be more specific, I'm gonna be speaking in Canadian dollars, but it was 10K a year for domestic, so that's tuition alone, and then also another up to 10K a year for residents, and then probably another 10K for like, cost of living. That's like what, around 30K like every year for 4 years. That's a lot, but if you're an international student, you're kind of like, you have to be, I don't know, like a nepo baby, because it's like 3 times more expensive. I know it's like 30K a year. That's like, I think I like dodged a nuclear bullet just by like being a citizen here. But yeah, it's ridiculous. I feel like if I had to pay 30K a year for Sheridan for tuition alone, I would probably, if I can't find a full ride scholarship, I probably would have sought out something else and still have learned and improved as an artist and animator, etc.
I think I already touched on mine a little bit, but I absolutely don't think taking out any huge private loan is worth it, period. I think you should go to the cheapest school possible, like I am, and you will be happy there and you will be fine. And there are plenty of ways you can make that work. I'm probably going to take out maybe like a little bit more just for like the next 3 years that I have to finish school, but I have a job, and I'm going to pay my way through it like I did. Again, it's really difficult, and paying off the loan that I am now, like, I'm really lucky because my dad is helping me with this one, but we split the payments, and the last payment I made on it like 5 days ago was $170. And so times that by 2, that's how much I'm paying a month, and it's only going to get more as I increase the interest on it and lessen the amount of time I have to pay it off. So it's definitely incredibly stressful, and it's not something you want to go to school and have to think about at the same time. I definitely don't recommend it. I strongly dissuade anybody from doing that, period. And then I don't know if anybody, like, this is kind of like related but not, but if you are generally low income or disadvantaged and you're going to an art school, an art specific school, there's definitely like a demographic difference, like socioeconomically, and you will be on like the lower side. And I personally faced a bunch of really hateful classism at SVA, from being poor and being like Kentuckian and Appalachian. I got called white trash quite a bit. And it's not fun. And people really do underestimate you because of that. And you will you'll definitely feel like kind of like an outsider, because there are things you won't be able to participate in, like study abroad. And like they send people to film festivals every year and you don't really get to participate in that because you can't afford to do it. Like there are so many extra things that they make you pay for in college that you just like kind of will have to sacrifice not being able to go to if you're already struggling to pay for the school. But that might be just like an SV specific thing because they enroll mostly people who are full pay and give out very little merit scholarships. So I would also just like talk to people at the school you're going to and kind of ask them about like how the culture is there. All of my roommates were like significantly more financially privileged than me. And it did make for a very interesting living situation that was not pleasant whatsoever. And it's definitely something to consider. And it's not very pleasant, I will say.
You're braver than any Marine for having gone through that.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's okay. Listen, they're losers, and it's okay. Like,
Well said.
Well said.
thank you guys. Thank you.
Is it Peri? Peri.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's me time.
It's
Oh my god, I'm so sorry you had to go through that.
Guys, it's fine. It's fine. I'm over it. I don't care.
Yeah, art school students can be surprisingly
Oh, they're brutal.
Yeah.
well, they can be a little surprising, but I'm gonna kind of echo what you said, and it really, really, really depends on your school's culture and like the ecosystem there. Not all art schools are the same. Depends on the city, depends on the region. I think it's really helpful if you manage to like break into the school's culture a little earlier before you go. I tried to get into like all the Discord and like the Instagram, Facebook, whatever chats they had, trying to scope out what kind of feel the school had. And I felt, and I got accepted into a few, but my current school was the one I felt more like the most at home with. And a lot of that was because of the culture there. Not only financially, but the kind of people that end up attending the school make a huge difference in your experience. But going back to tuition and stuff, I don't remember who mentioned this. I think it was Isha, but I'm absolutely 100% for taking whatever financial aid you got from one school and then waving it in front of another school to milk more money. I have no shame.
Yes.
I don't, like a lot of people here, I don't come from like a super fortunate political background. I'm not 1000% really well off. But because I did the insane parenthesis would not recommend thing of applying to 1 million schools, I had a lot of these financial aids that I got from one place or another, whether that be the institution itself or like some liaison place, like the ones previously mentioned that aren't connected to schools. All these, like, whatever you've been given, don't disregard it as like too little or not enough. Just like use it to get more, essentially. You've been rewarded something, whether that be like whatever pocket money or like any sort of proof of merit. It all adds to your value as a student. And totally mess around, be an annoying applicant like I was. The only reason I'm able to study in the US even is because I got a lot of bless them financial aid from my current school. A lot of schools, not all of them, but like my current school, MICA, has a lot of opportunities after you get enrolled as well to constantly boost up that scholarship. I think when you're applying, you kind of forget about that, but it's super helpful to look into those as well. Find out like what little opportunities the school constantly has to like award more money, whether that be like applying to like using the school to apply to like outside competitions. MICA does that quite a lot. Like little affiliated competitions that your school might be in. Other inside procedures. It's very helpful to learn about those. And I was lucky enough to get quite a significant boost on my scholarship in my first year, which is I also did something similar to like Doruk, where I applied to some other schools on my first year, like reapplied on thoughts of maybe transferring. That little scholarship boosts I got throughout my first year was eventually one of the main reasons I decided to stay where I am, just because I would be in a more financially comfortable situation. And, you know, that excess stress when you're already like a freaked out art student spending hours in the studio weekly is just, you know, it's not recommended, not at all. Yeah, definitely poke around and see what your school's doing with their money. Also, policies change every single year. I think, you know, you might hear some policy from an earlier year and like definitely confirm that those policies are continuing. Talking just for the US right now, because that's the situation I'm most familiar with at the moment. You know, the country is going through some interesting times with a lot of funding on a lot of different branches. Schools are definitely suffering from these current interesting changes. And a lot of colleges, not only mine, but a good couple that I know, are currently like redoing their entire financial aid distribution process. It's a stressful time for everyone, and there will be ups and downs, but it's also important to like keep on top of that as well. See what your schools are doing with their money is so important. Of course, institutions aren't the most transparent, as I'm sure we're all aware. There's a lot of shenanigans that go through the background of all of these schools. This is like, I mean, it's, I think, like, you know, the art school industry is an industry at the end of the day. And, you know, we're not going to learn what goes on all the time. But all the pointers that you might get from keeping on top of what money is coming in and out, what the current students are experiencing, all these aspects are very valuable pieces of information, essentially. But, you know, there's this one other thing. You know, I'm currently privileged enough and lucky enough to have, you know, the financial aid to be able to attend the college I'm currently attending. But when I was going through my application process, I got into lots of my, quote, dream schools that I was so absolutely excited to go to. I got my financial aid. I got accepted, and it was just not enough. And that is such a massive bummer. And I felt that so deeply. And I'm sure hundreds of students every year, hundreds of extremely talented students every year, both art and other fields, experience this same process of, you know, putting everything into it, like a piece of your dream, applying, waiting, getting accepted, hoping for financial aid, exchanging millions of mails back and forth. And then after all that effort, it's just not enough. And, you know, at that time where it happens, it does hit you hard, and you're allowed to feel all the heavy emotions that come with it. But like all the people here echoed before, you know, the college that you end up staying in is not your like end all be all. It's not even like a checkpoint. It's just a stepping stone, essentially. Does it have am I going to say that every art school is the same period? No, there's a lot of opportunities that come and go with the different schools you're in, you know, whether that, I mean, even the city your school is in can impact so much of what you get out of it in the end. But I guess what I'm saying is that's not where it ends. There's a lot of different pathways you can do, lots of outsider scholarships you can try to apply to. You know, if you're financially able and if you have a supportive background, gap years to make a little extra money is something I wish I could have done, or like a gap year to build a more fleshed out portfolio to have a stronger application equaling a stronger scholarship, something also I wish I could have done. You know, even taking some time to go over like your finances with your family, considering these different options and not limiting yourself to like application, scholarship, if I don't get it, it's over. Getting out of that mentality. And, you know, at the end of the day, not all of us, but most of us, when we apply to college, are about to be / are adults. So it's kind of important to, you know, get a bit of that independence on your back early on
try and figure out how you can maneuver around the situation. Can you always maneuver around it? No. I wish I could have. I couldn't, but it's important to keep your eyes open. It's important to have your hands on this process. You might have a counselor or something. If you do, milk it as much as possible. I didn't, but I wish I did. Whatever assets you have, try and make the most of it. And don't limit yourself to what seems to be the singular resolution. That's what I got.
Very well said. For me, I come from a financial background where I can comfortably go to CalArts and be okay. I mean, again, it's highway robbery, but I am not going to really, I'm privileged enough to be able to afford it. I also have an 18,000 annual merit scholarship, which, talking about merit scholarships for CalArts, the year previous to me, the cap that you could get on merit was only $10,000, which is insane. My year it was 20,000, and I heard for Isa, I might be wrong, but I think some of the people in your year got 25,000. So it does seem like they're raising it every year.
I think the cap is like, I've heard of people who got 25,000 this year.
Yeah. So hopefully it keeps going up because our tuition is increasing with the current administration. Allegedly, they are not doing the right things with the money that we're paying, allegedly. But talking outside of myself and just talking for some of my peers, there are people from all financial backgrounds at CalArts. So like, obviously it is like completely understandable if it is too much money for you. Like that, it's too much money for most people who apply. It is insane, and it is such a big issue how many talented people are being turned away from this school because of financial burden, because it is so wrong. But if you do want to undertake that burden and you think you can handle it and you are okay with applying to outside scholarships, you can do work study, you can have a second job, it is absolutely worth a shot. Because I think some of the most interesting people at our school are the people who come from not the background where they went to a private arts high school, and like there's just a difference there. I think coming from a place where you had to teach yourself and you had to be a little bit more resourceful, and hearing that, like, I think there's kind of a mentality online where like people who it is a really big burden for them kind of can sometimes get shamed out of it, which, I mean, if you like, it's completely up to you, but I'm just saying, like, you can make it work. There are people who do make it work. Some of my closest friends at school, they make it work. And so if you need to talk to people about it, you can always like DM me on Instagram or anything, or DM current students, and we can point you in the right direction, because it's such a difficult conversation. It's such a difficult choice, but like, if it comes down to it, you can make it work.
I'll also say at this, this doesn't apply to me, but I know for in-state students, they have like special scholarships, which like you can get. I've heard of it. I know of some people who do have it, but like, I don't know how you get it. I don't know like where to apply for those. Like, again, like Ren said, reaching out to the students is like the best way to know those sort of stuff. Okay. So, question: how is the workload? How to manage time efficiently? How is the faculty, the classes? So, for RUBIKA, I'll say that the workload is like a lot. I think for the first year it's like 800 hours for both semesters, and then for the second one it's 900 plus, and then I think for the third it's 1,200 hours plus. And then for the fourth and the fifth, it's like around that ballpark, I think. I don't know, Defne, you can say that. Like, you could
I do not have like solid numbers at all.
Okay.
I just can say it's a lot.
Okay. So at RUBIKA, it's basically kind of like high school, which sucks in my opinion because like we have classes, at least in my year, the first year, I had classes.
It's like a full-time job, except you pay. You
Yeah,
don't get-
exactly. Like the class starts at 9:30 and like it ends at like 5 p.m. and in the middle we have like an hour and a half or like an hour break, depending on the day. So, and you do that for all the weekdays. And on the weekends, you're usually free. You don't have any classes, but like you usually come to school to work because like each day we have different classes usually, unless it's like a project or like we have a master class in which we do one specific subject for like 1 week. So the workload I'd say is a lot, but I think you can manage it because like for me personally, I much didn't feel like a RUBIKA student this year because like I said, I've applied to a bunch of other schools and that's where I kind of leaned on, meaning I didn't really like focus much on my classes, which I mean I know both positive and negative up to discussion, but I'll say this: like, if you do really wanna make the most of it, which you should, and like, you will be busy. I'll say that because each class you attend gives an assignment or like a homework which has to be done for like the week after, like the 2 weeks after that class. So that's the usual workload, and like for the first year at least, we have to do 3 final projects: one for perspective, one for Maya 3D, and one like a group project which we have to do like an end credits sequence, I guess you could call it, for a film. And the second year, I know you do like a 2D and 3D mixed film. For the third year, you do a 3D film. And for the fourth year, I don't think you do. I think you make
You do
you
sequence
reduce
reproduction.
scene, right?
Yeah, for the third year you do a 3D film, but it's like around it's like 2 minutes at most.
Okay.
Fourth year you start production on your thesis film, and you also do a reproduction sequence from a recently released animated film. So you and like 5 other people, they give you the sequence, and you must recreate it from scratch. And in the fifth year you do your thesis film.
Yeah, so for classes, I'll say like I can only speak on for the first year, and all the faculty too. Like for the classes, I guess it's more, since it's a 5 year program, it's more like a foundational year, I suppose. Like we did a bunch of academical drawings, life drawing, color theory class. We had a photography class. We had sculpture and stuff like that. So basically, you kind of
And even some like just using After Effects or Photoshop classes.
yeah, exactly. So you learn the basics basically of like softwares, programs, and like mediums in general, I can say. And for the faculty, I mean, I know that they change a lot because RUBIKA doesn't really have in-house. I mean, we do. We have like some in-house teachers and a lot of antechvena, which means they're like part-time teachers at RUBIKA. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so a lot of the intervenants, they are actively working in the industry as well as teaching part-time, which is, something that's a bonus and
It's
a
very good.
negative. Like, negative is that they're not always available as attentive as full-time professors. Bonus is that they're like a lot friendlier and they're like a good source on what's happening in the industry.
Definitely.
Yeah, and one thing I want to add to you is that after you graduate from a bachelor's cycle to the master's, you, like they say in the cover, you specialize a lot. So and actually, I want to say that the diversity of classes goes down each year in RUBIKA. So yeah, like And you'd think that that would decrease the workload, but no, unfortunately. One thing for RUBIKA and for, I think, French animation schools in general is that like starting from as early as the third year, you have to set aside time to do personal projects for your portfolio. Do not underestimate that. That's like something I regret. You need to aside from your school assignments, start like getting used to doing stuff on the side, because your thesis film is going to be like your main selling point when you graduate. But studios really just love people that like are creative and can like produce good stuff on their own. So keep that in mind.
I'll also add this: to graduate, you have to do an internship, and it has to do something with 3D. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, so like it can be as broad as like architecture,
Okay.
or some purpose, but like you can't do concept art for some reason.
Sadly, so it's like RUBIKA. Since we do have a 2D animation program. It's very new. I think it's sixth year, so they're like giving their second graduates.
They just had their first graduates.
I hear it's good. I hear it's not as good as Gobelin, but some people say that it could be, and it could rival it if it's in time. I don't know. It's very new, and I'm not in it. So, and it's only in French. I'll say that.
Yeah.
And for RUBIKA also, we have campuses in Montreal in Canada, and we also have one in Réunion Island, I think, which is somewhere in France. I think. I'm not sure.
No, Réunion Island is like a colony island.
Oh, okay.
Like way off.
Never mind. So we also have that. I know for the bachelor program, they moved that to Montreal, and for the fourth and fifth year, they
for
come
the
back.
international program, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Not for the French class. I'm saying for the international people who do not know French, and like you go to Montreal, which I hear is good. I'm not sure. I haven't been, and but for the fourth and fifth year, they do come back to the Valenciennes, the main campus. And I should also add that okay, here's the thing. At RUBIKA, after you do your 3 years, you don't get like a bachelor's certificate, which you would usually get within a normal university, because it's a private institution. Meaning you can do 3 years and then go to some other school. Like a lot of people like apply to Gobelin. After 3 years, however, I know some people go to Emile Cole, SVA, and people like schools like that, because I know a lot of people want to get the bases in 3D, because it's a very good school for 3D, and then do 2D or something else on top of that to make their own craft. And like you can definitely do that, but just know that if you do 3 years here and move to somewhere else, you write that on your CV that you did like 3 years, but you don't have any official like certificate to say if you're an international student, which is important. And if you do the 5 years, you get something called RNCP 7.
NCP.
And yes, which is the equivalent of a master's degree, but it's not master's. And correct me if I'm wrong, Defne, but I think it's only recognized in France or in the.
That's the thing. We recently got, at least for the French curriculum, we recently got the university diploma
You did?
recognition.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm unfortunately not. It's unfortunately not going to be valid for when I graduate. But if I stay here in France and get regularly employed for a year, I'll have a chance to convert it.
cool.
So I'm really happy about that.
I guess
But
there's
yeah,
that.
but yeah,
No, you're good.
I have no idea how it's going to be for the international program, though. Since I'm not a part of it, sorry.
I have no clue. I have a lot of friends that are international, but I'm not an international. And I think it's hopefully it's gonna be the same, but I'm not sure. Yeah, that's that's all I'm gonna say about RUBIKA. If you want to add something, definitely go ahead. You've been here for 5 years. If not, the other people.
What can I say? Yeah, the workload is definitely tough. If you're someone that likes being like social, likes going out, you might have to sacrifice on that. Like I said, having like a weekday part-time job is sort of out of the question. And so if you're someone that does like commissions online to earn money, good for you. This might be because that's the way to go here. If you want to have some pocket money. And what was I going to say? Yeah, so the workload is tough. You need to be really disciplined to manage it well. That was something I struggled with on my first year. And like, yeah. I want to say that be like specifically attentive first year because that's sort of because like the first year is sort of like a make it break it type of situation. It can affect it can affect your experience for the rest of your life here. After that, but like still, I think also the best way to combat this problem is to find community in your classmates. One thing that's nice is that, like Dork said, each year we have one group project that's the place where you really get that team spirit, where you get to really know your classmates. And I want to say that if you have to like, even if you like slacked off on other parts of the year, do not slack off on your group project because you don't want to be known as the slacker in a group project. And for the faculty, like Dork said, we have like a few mainstay teachers, and we have a lot of intervenants. Like I said, the intervenants are like a really good source to keep the pulse on the industry, and they usually really know their stuff.
They do.
So the classes are good, I'd say. That's all from me.
Okay. Yeah, you're good. One last thing I'm gonna add, for the French noting system, here's the thing, it's not ABCD like in the US, and it's not out of 100 too, so it's out of 20. If you get past 10, it's a passing grade, and like you usually don't get above 16, 17 unless you did it like perfectly, in my experience at least. And to graduate, basically, they get the sum of all your classes, and if it's above 10, you're good.
Yeah. Well, actually, you got touch on a good point. So one thing that was really bizarre about my experience here in RUBIKA is that the conditions to pass a year got changed a lot. So first year, 12 was actually the passing grade for assignments, and but like if you are subjects were like in these blocks. So if your oral grade on a block was above 12, you pass on that block, and you got all the European equivalent of credits, even though you had failed a subject. And also then the passing grade got dropped to 10, and lastly, when things still mattered, because right now we're working on our thesis film, so we actually don't have a lot of assignments. We just have like check-ins, and we get graded on them on how well our film is progressing. The system is that if you fail an assignment, you get deducted ECTS directly. And so each assignment has its ECTS value. You have like, you get like 60 ECTS in 1 year, 30 each semester. And you can fail like max 8 ECTS each semester. Other than that, if you fail more than that, you're in hot water. And which I found is like if you want to have like a good GPA, it's tough, but like to lose more than 8 ECTS, you really have to mess up. So like there's that at least. Like the teachers aren't too stingy with their grades. Yeah, like if you did a passable job, they will pass you.
Yeah.
Yeah, on to you, Isa.
Well, I have not attended yet. I know of the reputation of CalArts, but I know Ren has to go soon, so maybe I can pass it off to Ren to sort of explain the CalArts workload if he'd like.
Thank you. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay. So I personally think the workload is kind of what you make of it. We don't have grades at CalArts. We have a pass-fail system, and it is fail, low pass, pass, high pass. But other than like that, our first 2 years are more foundational, so we have a lot more classes. I think, if I remember, I think I had like 8 classes first semester and 7 second semester, and most of those are required classes for character animation. It's a very sequential program, and it's like our required classes, instead of being 3 credits, they're worth only 1.5 credits, because otherwise we would go into overload every semester, because we have required critical studies classes that we need to take as well. So it's a little bit, it gets to be crazy at times, but for critical studies, that's like general education. That's what we call general education. It's kind of like, it's the weirdest selection of classes possible, because they need to offer them to be an accredited institution, but they're very like artist oriented and artist based. So like, I think there's a math class where you just talk about like what the numbers mean, and like, how does the number 3 make you
Holy
feel?
shit. That's so fucking CalArts. That's such a CalArts thing to do.
Yeah. So like those classes, like there's usually not much homework for them. I think like a lot of like the topics, like the teachers are very good. Like a lot of the topics for the most part are interesting. And like if you have a good mentality going into it, I think you will find something to take away from those classes. But talking about like the core curriculum and stuff like that, I love it. I think it's fantastic. I've learned so much. In first year, you have story, digital methods, which just teaches you like, this is how you make a new panel in Storyboard Pro. This is where you click to do this. Like it's a lot of like just like getting yourself acquainted, because the school they have multiple labs of Cintiqs, and it all runs on Mac, but they teach you how to do it from the very beginning, and they expect that you're a total beginner going into it. So that was very beneficial for me, because I do not know much about software or computers at all. And then we have story, we have CG foundations, we have perspective, we have figure drawing, we have design, and what am I forgetting? I'm forgetting one. We have 2D animation, duh. We have animation. So those are your first and second year. That's a lot of the classes you can take. You can also elect to take character design as well. And then third and fourth year, you get to do a lot more specialization if you want to go more story. We have story, screenwriting, visual development, character design, CG, compositing, and After Effects. Like there's a very wide variety of the classes you can take, and the faculty are, for the most part, like 99% of the time, they are all geniuses. They're really, really good. And they're always like, every single faculty member that I've met has always been willing to make time to talk to me outside of class, and like everybody is so willing to help you and like really just wants the best for you. So I think it's a very good like environment. And then there's also the films that we make every year. So when you're a first year, you don't have this class, but in every other year, there's a class called Film Workshop, which is just dedicated to make your film. It's a smaller group of people, and you do like screenings of your film and get feedback from everybody. First year, your story class is supposed to be that. We had an interesting story class. Not really gonna get into it, but it was just weird. But a lot of people just are very self-motivated in general, and can like manage time pretty well. I think like as long as you like plan out what you're gonna do, and assignments get a lot like homework assignments get a lot lighter in second and spring semester, so you can focus on your film a lot of the time. And when there are assignments, it's usually stuff that you can just repurpose for your film. So that is definitely very helpful. And like faculty are usually very understanding when it comes to like, especially in spring semester, when it comes to being a little bit late or sometimes skipping class. You get to skip class 3 times before you fail per class. So like it's not across all classes and they fail everything. It's like if you skip story 3 times, then your 4th time missing is a fail. And I think that that's pretty generous. I have never, I've been fortunate enough to not be in a situation where I've almost failed a class yet because of attendance. But it is kind of hard to get them excused, especially post-COVID. If you can call it post-COVID, but it gets a little bit dicey with doctor's notes and stuff like that, and sometimes the school won't honor it. So if you have like a chronic illness or medical issues, that would be something that you want to look into before coming here. It can be kind of frustrating. I know there's people who have failed classes for frustrating reasons, but other than that, I think it's pretty good. And I should probably head out now, but thank you so much for having me. And for all the questions that I'm missing, if it's okay, I can type them in like the YouTube comments or something if people still want to hear my responses. But yeah.
Thank you so much, Ren.
It was really nice getting to hear
Bye,
your
Ren.
answers.
Yeah, thank you so
Bye,
much.
Ren. Thank you.
Thank
So much
you.
for talking and
Bye.
hearing all your stories. Okay, bye.
Bye. Have fun with your
Bye.
family. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. So the workload. Okay.
I've seen you suffer so much this year.
Well, okay. Workload at Sheridan is notoriously heavy. If you've ever wanted to apply, you've probably heard at least like 3 people mention that. It's hard to calculate the average hours since drawing is such a arbitrary like concept to go off of. But I have heard people throw around 80 hours a week for the workload. That is like 12 hours a day. But I do agree. Don't get scared though. It depends. It depends on the time of the semester because that number can go up or literally be near like 0. It just depends. It's like a lot of it is, up to you, which is a great and a horrible thing for art schools. Like you don't have to put in 110% for like every assignment, and you don't even have to put in 70%. It's just, it'll hit you in the face at first, but you can and you will adapt in your own way. Like it's not scary when you really like start riding the waves, I guess. And if I had to give advice for that, I guess I would just say, like just give yourself like a really hard limit to stop working, even if you're not done, even if you need the hours. Like I never pulled all-nighters in like all 4 years, maybe like once or twice in my first or second year. Not because I didn't need one, but because I don't let it become my life, and because I don't let it spill into my personal hours, I am more willing and scared of failing. So like I get the work done during the work hours. So it helps to like force yourself to be, I guess, lazy, for lack of a better word. As for classes specifically, it was really diverse. We had mandatory courses for stop motion, sound design, 3D, 2D rigged, animation history, business, character design, etc., etc., etc. Jesus, I know they used to teach. They used to teach traditional animation. I will say, one of the downsides is that they no longer teach traditional paper animation. But all things considered, it does teach you like everything you need to know about the animation production pipeline. Like you don't leave the school like not knowing what the hell happens behind the curtains. So I think this is also something that surprises a lot of outsiders, I think, because not everyone in the program wants to do 2D animation at all. It would be something like project management or like something completely like random that makes you think, well, you could have went to like illustration instead. But you know, they're there and it's a pretty, it's not a minority group either. It's like, I don't even know if 50% of people in the program wants to do animation like as a primary like specialty, I guess. So and speaking of specialty, from second year, second semester and onwards, that's when you start to pick program courses. So like things you want to study more in depth. So for me, I can say off the top of my head in second year, second semester, I picked short film workflow and 2D rigging instead of like 3D. And short film workflow, by the way, for people curious, is just basically like you make 3 short films within a semester. And there's like so many like technical assignment requirements and all that. But yeah, it's just you get to start picking stuff, and it's really nice because, you know, it's such a, you're not like stuck in a box. And this actually helps a lot for like the inevitable third year group films, because you will have people specializing or wanting to specialize in something else. So it's not always like a perfect distribution. Sometimes you will have like a group where like there's too many character designers. Like, what the hell? We can't have everyone designing characters for all throughout the year. So, but it's still really nice to have like people wanting to go towards a specific thing, but we're all still like in the same community. So, but yeah, workload is, you will live. People have survived. You can also survive. And yeah, the faculty in the class is very welcoming, very awesome. Everything you can say to anything, things could be better. So like all things considered, I think it's great. It's fine.
SVA, it's like totally dependent on like the professor you get. So we divide into block schedule for first year. And so that's just intro to animation, part 1 and 2, story and storyboarding, animation history, general writing, drawing for animation, you know, that. And then we have like animation workflow, which is where you learn all your software classes. My block was the only block that does not do a film freshman year, and we did traditional paper animation for the first semester entirely. I had amazing professors. I know other professors there are great. They say all of their faculty is like currently working in the industry. That's not necessarily true. They're all adjunct, but most of them are either retired or freelance. So it's kind of like most of them, SVA is their main way of making money, but SVA kind of like tries to say that it's not, so that they can attempt to pay them less, and also it sounds more impressive. They're definitely industry experienced. Most of them are also SVA alumni, and that's kind of like a red flag / green flag, depending on the person and what you personally think about SVA's education. I thought our workload was perfectly fine. We had the easiest workload out of like all of the blocks. So everyone in our block was like generally on top of things. Obviously, SVA's admissions are kind of like a mixed bag with who they take, because they accept so many people for a very odd assortment of reasons. And so it was kind of like a cultural thing where it's like if you didn't finish your assignments on time, everyone hated you. because everyone kind of felt that you were kind of like abusing the scholarships you got, or like the money that you were paying to go to the school. So it's definitely a very like work heavy not area, but like school and like animation specifically as an area of focus. Like your like position and the way people think of you is 100% shaped by like the work that you do. I was able to manage it fine, working 2 jobs and having a social life, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's totally doable. I just think you have to like make sure that like you're putting your time wisely. Like you don't have to put 100% into all of your assignments. I think someone mentioned that earlier, but like put your effort to where you think it's like most important. The classes hit and miss. Really depends on what you get. Some classes there are like totally garbage, and then other classes are like really, really good. You kind of just like have to talk to the students about it and what professor you get. I can't speak to anything besides freshman year, obviously. Yeah, it's definitely a toss up, and they are shrinking their faculty and class offerings. Like as we speak, they're laying off like a bunch of people. So it's getting worse, definitely. The lab spaces are super duper nice though. It's like newly renovated facilities. And I had a good experience with my classes with the exception of animation workflow because that's a required like software class. So if you didn't have like the software or like a drawing tablet like in your your dorm or like wherever you lived, you weren't really able to complete your work on time. We have labs that are like open, but they're 20 minutes away from the dorms. And also I had work and they were only open until 9 p.m. So I didn't really have enough time to like get in there and do my work. So I ended up with like a B- in the class, and I had to like petition the department for a rental Wacom so I could do my work. That was the only thing I really had an issue with. Yeah, definitely if you're going, I would invest in like a personal drawing tablet because that's if you're not in Mario's animation class, you will be working like 100% on your tablet all the time.
Okay, for me at MICA, MICA is really, really strange. In like a good and a bad way. One thing they do well is they give you a lot of freedom for like basically making a salad of your classes. You can take a lot of different classes that don't necessarily belong in your major. You're encouraged to do so even. We have this fun thing called the first year experience where basically all your counselors are saying, you know, whatever major you want to go into, don't take all of your classes from that major, you know, experiment, try different things. The first year experience is like a foundational period basically. You have classes where you take where you learn about, you know, like the tools of the trade, like the programs and softwares, you know, like Premiere, After Effects, Dragon Frame, stuff like that. You have classes where you get to make some 3D things like hand-on fabrication with different materials, and you get to do stuff like plaster and like puppetry and all those different things. Like whatever you're into, you can use that class to make whatever you want, basically. It's like these little avenues of you know, they're offering you so many resources in this 1 year to kind of figure out / like if you already have an idea, solidify what you want to do with your study. When I first came into MICA, I was kind of actually put off by this because, you know, I was just like seeing all this work from students in other schools who didn't necessarily have something like this. And I was like, oh, I don't want to do foundations. I know everything already. I just want to start making films. But actually, when I look back, I gained so much from that foundational period. Not necessarily because I was lacking technically, but because I had that little playground of, you know, trying different things. If I hadn't taken that 3D fabrication class, which has absolutely fuck all to do with my major and my minor, I wouldn't have gotten that like installation offer I got. I wouldn't have been able to get in touch with galleries. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I wouldn't be so ahead in stop motion work I'm doing right now compared to some peers. So much stuff that you can gain from these little programs that MICA has, I genuinely come to appreciate now. Um, there was also this other fun thing called Art Walk. At the end of each semester, the students from the first year would basically put their work on display, open to public, in the school's main building. You know, you would spend a whole semester working on whatever project you wanted, like a short film or an installation, a series of paintings, like a woven piece, whatever your major was, / whatever your interest was. Even if like your interest is something separate from your major, like you could have been a photography student making a series of paintings for your art walk piece. They were so totally flexible with that. And so I had a lot of peers who spent this semester-long free studio time essentially playing around with what they wanted to make and ended up combining their major with something completely different to make like these beautiful, unique art pieces. I, as a second year, I genuinely miss that free time so much. I say free time, but it was like, you know, monitored and, you know, mentored studio making time. We had teachers, we had assignments and checkpoints. You know, every single week we'd like, you know, be held accountable for our progress. We had plan and research periods at the beginning of it. So it wasn't just, you know, throw students in a room and hope they make something cool. It was like this whole process scheduled. But I think I gained so much from that. I'm really grateful for whatever the first year experience was. I think I got a lot out of it. If you talk to a lot of MICA students, they might not agree because, you know, at the end of the day, art school is what you make of it. And I feel like I didn't love it at first, but I did come around and I did make something of it. I'm kind of proud of that. But, you know, I'm a second year. I'm a rising junior right now. So I can also report a bit on, you know, first year experience is foundational. You declare your major in your second semester during your first year. And in your second year, you know, you're officially, quote unquote, in your major. So you're taking classes that are a little bit more focused on your stuff. I mean, mostly focused on your stuff, essentially. Like I said, I'm an illustration major and an animation minor, so I've kind of seen what goes on both of those fields. You know, they're like sibling fields. We have a lot of overlapping classes. A lot of students know each other. It's like close knit, but you know, it's also drastically different. For animation, it's a bit of a monster, I think. Although it's my minor and I take like less classes in that field, animation at MICA has like it tired me out a little. Not because it's like difficult or loaded, it's because it's very hands-on a lot of the time. For your first ever required class at MICA for animation, which you usually cannot skip, unfortunately, it's called Principles of Animation. You get to learn a bit of like traditional on paper animation, which covers like the basics of, you know, your animator's handbook, everything from like timing, pacing to your bouncing balls, all that. You know, it's a bit frustrating for students because you kind of need to know how to do those to get in the school. But, you know, it's kind of like a brush up in that way. But, you know, for your final project for that class, you get to use whatever software you want usually to make your final film for it. One thing I wish MICA had, which they don't, is sorry, a class specifically for like yearly film making, because you can have like your you rarely students have like a first year film. That usually depends on what the student makes of their classes. You'll have like your second year, third year films, whatever, but those are usually student led. Like there isn't a class for that essentially. We have production classes where you get to make where you basically work with a group to make different types of animation. Some are like unique original films, but there's also like an animated documentary production class. like an astral animation class where you get to make like a film project based on that. It's like a collab thing with NASA, whatever. It's fun. But there isn't like a straight class line for solo student films. You can end up having those because you get to take a lot of classes in the general production of a film. You have pre-production class you have to take. There's like an optional storyboarding class. There's the period, like the production class I told you about, where you're in like a group of students and you make an original film all together. But solo student films, if you want to make one, you kind of have to like make do by yourself. A lot of professors are, very open when it comes to this. So if you want to cater your assignments you do in a class for a personal project, they are usually open to that. If you want to cater multiple assignments from different classes towards a singular big project, you can go and talk. You'll usually get a pass. There's a lot of encouragement in making your own here, which I really appreciate. For illustration, which is my current main department, the reason I chose it is kind of, I love illustration and I love animation, but I felt when it was my time to choose that the illustration department was a bit stronger, both in foundation and faculty and classes offered. I felt a little bit more secure in that department, essentially, which is the reason I chose it. MICA's animation department's been going through a couple turbulent times recently, but they've managed to pull themselves back up. The year I joined the school was kind of an unfortunate one, but there's so many good faculty I got to meet, even in my minor. So many great connections I've made that I'm really grateful for. A lot of the teachers you'll meet are at least industry experience. You'll have a lot of adjuncts and freelance work, but you'll also have people with crazy connections. I'm not sure how many current industry working professors we have in the animation field, just because that's not my main gig. But I've met some really strong mentors in my time there, and I know a lot of awesome teachers that are just coming back from sabbatical, which is their yearly leave after a 7-year teaching period. So lots of cool stuff happening. I know, I'm kind of hopeful in where the department's going after they've been through some tricky times. Illustration department's stacked though. It's fully stacked. I'm so comfortable and secure in it. So many connections I've made in my second year already. I don't know. There's always that worry of, you kind of don't know where you're standing. But I feel like MICA's going in a good road right now. And I hope it stays that way. I'm gonna put one last thing out for workload. I don't think I can give give a fully unbiased opinion on this, because I put myself through hell essentially, because for any younger student or just admitted student listening, do not do what I did. I was so excited to be out of the country in this new place, in this college, a new opportunity, whatever. So I was in the mentality of milking it as much as I could. So I took an obscene amount of classes that should not have been taken together. I had 6, 7 studio classes. Those studio classes at MICA are 6 hours long unit classes. You come in at 4 and you leave at 10 p.m. Don't take 3 million of those every semester. It burned me out so bad. I look back at the classes I took in that period, and I think I would have made so much better work if I wasn't putting myself through the ringer every week. We also have academic classes that are required, which cover a variety of fields. We have required science classes, math classes, science classes, art history classes, obviously, philosophy, religion, linguistics, history. You have to take at least one class from each of these fields at one point in your MICA career, which I think is kind of cool. It's not only art. All these kind of feed into what you make at your time here. I think it's all right. I have a lot of friends who had their AP credits from high school or did like a year of community college and got credits from there that they've transferred to kind of opt out of some of those academics. I kind of wish I could do that just because I don't want to take every single class ever. But, you know, I got limited credits, unfortunately, so I can't do that. But if you have a way to do that, or if you have like a community college you can take your summer classes in to get some of those academic credits out, you should totally do it. I wish I could do it, but I don't live in America. So, you know, I make it work. Definitely one more thing I'm going to put, the last point I'm going to make is, everybody says this, I'm also going to say this, art school's what you make of it. You're going to have a shit ton of assignments every single week. You're going to have lots of different professors that might not always be the kindest or the most understanding. You will have the best teachers in the whole world. It so depends on, you know, a bit of luck and a bit of, you know, it's a gamble, honestly, whatever school you go to. But it's not always trying to make every assignment that the best piece you make in that class. It's more so trying to get by with a good grade, something that might maybe get you a couple extra bucks for a scholarship, or, you know, keep your eyes open for how you can turn some assignments into maybe some nice portfolio pieces. Maybe it's not the best work that you made in that class, but is it helpful for building your, your portfolio? Sure. Cater your required work to fit the work you want to show to people. But also, don't try and turn every assignment into a portfolio piece. You will burn yourself out, and it will definitely not ever work. Some assignments will be your resting assignments. You know, your teacher will have seen that you've made good work in the previous weeks. They'll let you off scot-free just a little bit. So maybe it's not your magnum opus. Whatever, next week you'll show up and make something groundbreaking. Just, you know, make it work for yourself. A lot of your professors will, you know, they've gone through art school in one way or another, usually. They kind of know how this thing goes. So you can be transparent with them. Let them know what you're going through. MICA's very good with accommodations. If you're going through any kind of like chronic illness situation like I'm going through, or mental health, even if you don't have the best amount of paperwork to show them, you'll somehow get an accommodation usually. But having said that, a lot of the faculty, even if you don't manage to get an accommodation cleared, will be very understanding. You know, they've been through it as well. Life hardships, school hardships, expectations, whatever life might throw at you. They've probably had themselves or a close friend live through something similar in their time at art school. So as long as you're transparent with these people, they will help you.
Anyone want to add anything? Thank you so much, Fred. That was very insightful.
I lost a lot of things in my parts. So, the first thing is between the bachelor and the master's cycle, you obviously specialize in stuff. You have, for major, you can pick either animation or VFX, and for minor, you can pick either visualization or rig. And one thing is that to like get the feel of what you want to do, you'll have like one master class each of one or two like sessions each of what you do in each minor or major in your third year. So, and of course, if you like pick these options, you don't have to be those options. I have like, a lot of friends that are like in animation, but are like going to look for work in lighting or compositing, etc., etc. And after that, So obviously the beginning of the fourth year is very specialization focused. So you'll have like blocks of either your major or your minor, interspersed with a couple of master classes and the subjects that aren't in the minor or the major. So like lighting, compositing, etc. And during that period, and beginning of the fourth year, you'll also pitch an idea for a thesis film. And obviously, no, not everyone will get their thesis film made because it is groups of like 5 to 6 people. And yeah, so you pitch and there's a pre-selection. And so like my grade, we were about like 40 people. About 10 got pre-selected, and those 10 people got to develop their pitch a little more, did more like concept art and stuff. And in the end, we end up with 6 projects. And one thing is that for the master classes you take in the beginning of your fourth year, you actually like wanna you might you have to like, how to put this, already you must already have like some idea of what you want to do in your thesis film, because like when you make your wish list for which film you want to be in and which position you want to have in that film, they will take an account of, like this person wants to do lighting on the film, let us look at how they did on the lighting masterclass, and according to that you might like a lead position, and which will be, you know, impressive to put on your CV. So yeah. And after that, like I said, just before going full thesis film mode on the masters, you'll do a little sequence reproduction project. You really settle into a pipeline of 3D animation, of CG production. And then when that's over, you'll go full pre-production for your thesis film. And you'll have like a little jury at the end of the fourth year to see how well it's progressing. And then from fifth year on forward, you're in full thesis film production. Like I said, you'll have like a couple of master classes, but you'll mostly be in the laboratory working with your group of 6 to 7 people. And like each day you'll have a professor or an intervenant that comes in and checks in on a certain aspect of your film. That's the support that the school provides. And you'll have like a couple notable juries throughout the year that you'll get graded on. And one thing is that RUBIKA has a render farm too, so like that's a big help at times. You won't have to render everything on like your school computer, so that's still do not underestimate render times too. So you know, that make what you will of that. You basically like settle into like a mini studio pipeline by your 5th year. That's all.
Thank you. How is the community / school culture at your school like? Diversity, internationals? I think we kind of answered this, to be honest. At least for RUBIKA. Like internationals, we have an international class. Like I said, they're for the bachelor's program, they're at Montreal, and then for the 4th and 5th year, they come back. For diversity, I'll say this. Like a lot of the French classes are French based, or like either based in the north of France or are like the colony people, I suppose. But like
or like just other French speaking European countries,
yeah,
like
yeah,
Belgium
exactly.
and just
Exactly. So school culture is, it's okay. It's a bit harsh, as in there's a lot of work, like we already
one
said.
thing that was surprising to me is that I didn't not a lot of rich kids, surprisingly.
True.
A lot of my, at least in the French class, a almost all of my peers are from working class families.
Same here. So like people are really okay with like your financial stability or not. Like they don't really care much because they're not the richest. I mean, yeah, it's chill. The animation community, I'll say, is like tight knit. With the screenings and
Also,
like
like classes, grades, semesters, we're small community. So like I said, in my graduating class, we have around 40 people, and it's like can be max 50. So like everyone knows one another. Everyone has like worked with one another at like some point throughout the 5 years. So you graduate with a very tight knit community. I being one of the only few non-native French-speaking people in my class, and also being like naturally introverted, I had a hard time to begin with, and like not even because not my peers never like consciously ostracized me or anything. It's just you unfortunately cannot help it. And oh my god, it's getting late. I'm losing my train of thought. But yeah, one thing is that if I had to like say it to my younger self, I would have put in a lot more effort to know my peers more in my first 1 or 2 years, because since my French wasn't perfect, I kind of held myself back, thinking that maybe I'd weird them out or something, but there wasn't anything like that. And now that I know all these people, I'm like what was I even afraid of? So there's that. And one thing is that when like a teacher is like occasionally mean to people, we have always like backed each other. So that's something that I'm proud of. Like there are no teachers' pets in our promotion in our graduating class. Yay.
Oh yeah, I'll keep it really quick. Just because I went to CalArts over the summer for CISA, so I've kind of been immersed in the culture. And from what I've heard from other CalArts students, is specifically for our major, which is character animation, is that it's very close knit. So everyone knows everyone's business, I will say. So just like a tip, and I think this is just a general tip for any small program, is just like be cordial and be nice to everyone. These are the people you're going to be working with in the future. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about how you're going to interact with everyone. And just like, of course, just be nice and try to be amicable and friendly and help people out and stuff like that. And it is competitive, I think, on like personal, like mental levels. I think people really want to push themselves, but I think to everyone's face, it's not like, oh, I'm going to try to be better than you, or there's no like superiority complexes, I don't think. Everyone is very nice and kind. Diversity and international people, there are a lot of international students, but they're mainly from, I would say, Asian countries like China. I know there's a lot of Chinese international students. So I will say the diversity at CalArts isn't the greatest. There are a lot of there is ethnic diversity, but I think a great majority of CalArts students in particular, just based on the demographic of California in general, it's a lot of white and Asian people. I'm Asian myself, so that's something to look out for. But there are a range of people there, I would say, and there's a range of perspectives and stuff like that, like Ren was saying. So yeah, I would say it's pretty good, but it's also very close knit. So keep that in mind.
Thankfully, I don't really have too much to add to this question, so it's not gonna take up a lot of time. But like, it was pretty welcoming. I can't believe I'm talking about Sheridan in past tense, but anyway, it was a pretty welcoming community. I had no personal issues with it. As with all art schools, there's like an air of competition, but it's like never really like toxic. At least maybe I just didn't let it get to my like take it personally or anything, but like, and it was just really kind. Maybe it's just the Canadian culture, but like, people were kind and also pretty reserved to themselves. But again, to be fair, drawing is like a pretty introverted activity, so it makes sense. But they're really social and kind. It's like I don't know, I don't have too much to say. Like in terms of diversity, there's also a lot of white and Asian students at Sheridan. But what makes me mad is that so every year there'll be at least 2 Turkish students, and for some reason I was the only year where I was the only Turkish student. So I was like, I felt like I was like an outcast. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, it's I don't know if it's diverse or not. Like for Canada, maybe it is. There weren't like I think there was only like 1 black student in the whole year. I don't know. I don't know why the statistics are like this, but I don't know. It was pretty fine. But this is coming from my perspective. I don't know. It was good. Thumbs up, thumbs up. It's all good.
I mean, like, from my perspective, SVA is very diverse, but I'm also from Kentucky. So everything is diverse to me pretty much because I'm from the middle of nowhere. It is also like CalArts, mostly Asian people. We have like a 50% international student body, and most of them are from China as well. And then a lot of the people that they admit also from like the US as well are like Asian, or just white as well. So that's like the 2 predominant like I guess groups of people. But I think generally like we have a pretty diverse student body, and we host like cultural events like all the time that are really, really popular, and like it's kind of amazing like to see how many people are from like so many different countries, and we get to like try their food and stuff, and that's like really, really cool. So I always enjoy going to those. I think everyone who's like, so you're either like an international, out of state, or like commuter from like the tri-state area, or just from the tri-state area in general. So I'm kind of like odd because I'm not from the tri-state area and I am out of state. So everyone there is kind of like on the wealthier side, unless you happen to be like a commuter from New Jersey or like from Queens or the Bronx or something. Some of those people can be pretty mean. There is like a lot of competitiveness at SVA. It's very cliquey. I think I will say, at least in some parts of animation, it's a tiny school, things spread pretty quickly. I don't know. I think I've been lucky to find a really good group of people that I think are super kind and nice and friendly, and I love them super like a ton, and they're great. Other people have like a harder time finding that, but I'm also like in a privileged position where like I work for the media team and I get to go out a lot and experience other majors, and I'm just very involved in the social scene as well. But other people, their classwork isn't as light, so they don't get to do that. There's a pretty rough group of people in my animation block that I hung around with for a while and then dropped because they were being rather not so nice to me and other people. So I think really you just have to like watch out for the people who are kind of like insecure in themselves, and a lot of people there are like really self-conscious about what they do compared to everyone else because it is such a competitive school. And then they will try to put you down because of that. So don't spend time around people like that. And I think that's kind of like my only gripe with like the student body. Other than that, they're not really like diverse in interest as well. Like maybe that's just an art school in general thing, but there's not really like a diverse range of interests. Like everybody watches the same shows. Everybody is kind of like consuming the same music, same media. They all have the same interests. Like, so, and since I'm not really like on the internet too much or as much as other people, and Kentucky is like 5 years behind on everything all the time. I was kind of like outcast a little bit because I'm not really into like a bunch of stuff, and I didn't know about like a bunch of stuff that the majority of like the people in animation were into. Like I didn't know what the Amazing Digital Circuits was until like October. And apparently that was like kind of a crazy thing, but yeah, it's definitely a very niche community of people. You definitely will find your people there. It's totally doable. It just kind of like takes longer because the majors aren't super interconnected. So you kind of have to like put a little effort in order to get there.
Yeah, sure. Okay, school culture was one of the main reasons I ended up going to MICA. You know, after all the financial stuff and whatever. Even from like, you know, I lived in Turkey during my high school time. The only exposure, like the direct contact I got with MICA and most of the other, like the Western animation schools, was during the little like portfolio day visits that would happen like once a year usually. And from like day one, all the MICA people from admissions and everything were genuinely so kind and so helpful and so patient every step of the way. Just getting that warm welcome was like it was very reassuring when when you're making that big decision to finally commit. I feel like that still continues on as I'm in the school. You know, the country's going through a little bit, the school's going through a little bit. Every student is going through something with their life. And, you will meet strange characters in the school, both students and faculty. But there's, I feel, a very, very warm environment here. I've been through ups and downs with my college, but, I just end up coming back to it every single time because I feel like there's a great support system here. For the students specifically, MICA has a really, really like surprising amount of international students. I think it's something around 40%. Don't quote me direct on this. I heard about the number when I was applying a couple years ago, and I don't know what it is now, but I definitely feel like there's a lot of room for and a lot of encouragement for students to express where they're from or like what they are, whether that be like nationality, ethnicity, history, gender identity, sexuality, all that. I feel like it's very warm and open, and there's a lot of avenues where you can, make your voice known for these things you believe in or things you want to share from your experiences. Yeah, student voice is quite encouraged. For we financially, I feel like it's diverse, as it is for most art schools. I feel, you know, I'm a scholarship student through and through, and I've got zero shame about it. I'm proud of what I've earned. Of course, not everyone is like that. You will have students that are studying there comfortably. You'll have students that are, going through difficult times, barely making it to registration deadlines. But I feel like none of that is like a reason for like, I mean, at least from what I've seen and experienced with like both my own experience and with my peers, there isn't like any sort of shame around that at all. It's just been, for my year at least, a very supportive community around, making it to the next year together, essentially. I'm really grateful for that. Having said that, of course, you'll have your selection of interesting characters every single year. There'll be a couple rotten eggs. You can't avoid that no matter what school you go to. You will meet interesting characters. And they don't always make it to the next year, is all I'm gonna say. School, I think, is pretty strict about
Amen.
yes. At least my school's pretty strict about you know, keeping it regulated. They put in the effort to carry through what needs to be done. Is it always 100% a procedure without bumps? No. But it's a difficult procedure, so I will be cutting them some slack. Overall, I feel like I'm very comfortable with in the community here. Everyone is incredibly supportive. There's a lot of encouragement for students to break out of the mold and try different things. And if they want to go independent with some stuff, again, there's encouragement there. I'm kind of really grateful. I come from a high school that's not very big. We used to call it the pigeon nest because it's just that tiny. It's like in a corner. And you know, coming to this American college, whatever, it seems so big to me. Some of my American peers don't agree. They say it's like a smaller college. Probably right. But I'm just enjoying my time here. Are there things that could be done better? Yeah, but there's always effort. I mean, I can see that there's always effort to improve. And this is like an ongoing process. And I have appreciation for that. That's all I'm going to say.
Map. Okay, skipping. How's the dorm life / residence at your school?
Yeah, I can go. I can be quick about it.
definitely.
Again, I dormed at CalArts for CISA, which I was really grateful for. But also, I would not go to me about dorming experience. I got really lucky because I dormed with friends that I knew beforehand. And we ended up getting a triple with the RA, who was almost never there. So we basically didn't have to share the bathroom with anyone. But how it normally goes is there's 2 different residencies. There's Chenard and there's Amundsen. And Chenard is sort of like the main dorming area, and Amundsen is for 22 and up, or BFA 3 and 4, I believe. So it's more like apartment style, versus Chenard is like dorm, like college dorm style. Not the best dorm life, I will say. Some people have reported roaches on the lower floors, also flooding. Sometimes stuff floods, which is not ideal. So if you come here, try to aim for a higher floor, like 3rd or 4th floor. The dorm is very close to CalArts though, which is really nice, which means you can just walk there in the morning, which is really great. And I do recommend dorming on campus, especially for our major, just because we have so much work. So commuting to school every day would be very taxing unless you live like 5-10 minutes away, which I don't know how many people would. Yeah, that's all I have to say. It's also pretty expensive, so well. Oh, wait. And I would recommend dorming within your major, especially for character animation, because you will be having the same schedule / hours. So you won't have to worry about your dorm mates like sleeping earlier than you, or, you know, having kerfuffles with your roommates because you guys don't run on the same schedule. So I highly recommend finding someone in character animation.
I also don't have too much to add, but for my I stayed in residence for all 4 years for Sheridan, and I want to say that it was like a really luxurious experience for a college residence. We had our own room with queen size beds, a TV. Like I don't know, I was expecting like a prison cell. I mean, it is one if you don't decorate it, but yeah, like they have I know my residence had like a game, a movie, and like a gym room. It was like I was living like a king, but like yeah. And I'm thinking about what Issa just said. At Sheridan, it's not one class, so what happens is there's like 150 students for every year, and because there's so many friggin' students, they're divided into subgroups. So it's like you could be like, oh, I'm in group A, I'm in group B, whatever. So there are some students that like I have never seen ever or like even spoken to. So in terms of like syncing schedules with like a animation roommate, that is really not the case for us, which is I didn't even think of that. But yeah, it was overall a nice experience, and I don't have much else to add to that.
I'll go quickly. So for CISA and CalArts, I'll only say that since Isa like said most of the things, we had roaches, but like it was okay. They were taken care of quite.
It's just the fact that there even are roaches is just like, what are we doing?
True. At least they were in the bathroom, so it was meh. I know. So for RUBIKA, the school
not ideal.
no, not ideal at all. For RUBIKA, the school itself doesn't have its own dorm, but it does have one partnership dorm, which is like 5 minutes away, which me and Defne are both in right now. So it's a tad bit more expensive, like compared to the other ones, I think. But like my room is quite large. I think it's like, I know it's good. It's again no roommates in the EU usually, so that's a very good thing. There's no like bathroom sharing, which is also a big plus, and like it's literally got a lot of things. We have vending machines. We have, I think, some people pay to get the rooms cleaned each week. I know there's something like that, and like there's a bunch of dorms throughout Valencia. Not a bunch, but like 2 or 3 that most people reside in. And usually, I think after like the second year, people usually move out to like an apartment. That's all I have to say. Yeah.
Yeah, that was very succinct. So yeah, people usually are in dorms for their first year, then they, find their people and they move out. Unfortunately, that never happened for me, but like, it's still not that weird to stay in a dorm too. And also like renting an apartment, especially if you're like sharing with a friend, is not that expensive. There's like not much difference between a dorm and an apartment here in Valencia, and the city we live in. So yeah. Oh, and people aren't like everyone's workload is full, so there's no difference between rooming with people from different majors.
SVA dorms are like really bad. Just like don't do it, period. Just like hands down. It's a commuter school, and most people who aren't commuters can't afford to get an apartment in a different borough and just commute. And that's what most people do after their first year in the dorms. If you do have to dorm, please do not do 23rd Street. It's the freshman dorms. But they have not been updated since probably the late 90s, and it's genuinely like a biohazard living in there. My toilet would flood at least once a week and cover my entire apartment with disgusting, dirty water. And I was on the 17th floor. So if it's flooding up there, like that's just, oh my goodness, it was honestly a disaster trying to have maintenance come in every single week and like mop our floor because we couldn't walk out of our room. Just like avoid it at all costs. It is cheaper anyway to like find a roommate online and get like an apartment in like Queens or like in the Bronx or something. The subway is like super easy to take and it connects all of the boroughs. So like really do that if you can. Like I have no words. It's just awful.
So many schools that I got, like SVA, Arts Center, CalArts, was because of the weird dorm situations they had. For Arts Center, they don't have dorms, period. We don't have any Arts Center people here, so I just put that out there. But my current city, thank Lord, has not awful rent prices if you want to move out off campus. Our campus is laid out a little funny because it's not a closed off campus, it's an open campus, I think is what you call them. So you'll have like an active rolling street and residence spaces between the different school buildings. So it's not like a gate or whatever. But I feel like it's a little more comfortable this way because, you get around, it has a more lively feeling. There's a better sense of community. I feel like, it feels very open. And, for the dorms specifically, that is also a weird situation because I think MICA's literally the oldest art school, or is one of the oldest art schools in the US. So some of your buildings here are a little crunchy and they haven't been updated in a minute. Although they're updating them constantly. Thank you for that. But for like my freshman year dorm, all the freshmen are required to live on campus unless you have like a residency in a nearby Maryland area that you can confirm or whatever. It's highly encouraged to live on a campus. It's like, I think, period mandatory. But all the freshmen live in this one little like neighborhood block called Founders Green. It's really pretty. It has trees. It's really nice. There's like a little grill that you can get food at when it's like later hours of the day. But there is no building equity. My hall in that Founders Green quartet was called Carter Hall. And Carter Hall is the oldest one, and it did not have an elevator. And I lived on the 4th floor of Carter Hall. So when you're moving in and out, all the pieces of furniture you brought, and you got to maul them straight back up and straight back down. If you're an international student with like a 20-kilogram suitcase, you got to maul that up and down as well. Every single day you come back from class with your 60-pound portfolio, you drag that up and down the stairs. I swear I got crazy good leg muscles in my first year. And in my second year, I was in a hall with an elevator, so I lost all of them. But some halls have elevators. Some of them don't. In the freshman, living hall quartet, it's, again, it's a little funny. But I'm still very grateful for MICA dorms because they're quite comfortable. They're, I think you can call them apartment-style dorms. Because, in your dorm/flat in the living halls, you'll have, like a bathroom you share with like only your dorm mates. So that's usually 2 or 3 other people. And depending on how many people you live with, the maximum amount of students in a dorm, I think, is either 4 or 5. But there's like 1 or 2 5-person dorms, I think. It's not very common. When you're a first year, you'll usually dorm with 3 or 4 other people. And you'll have the bathroom you share with those people. You'll have like a comfortable, large living room space with like couches and stuff. We didn't have TVs or anything, but it was pretty spacious, so you could like decorate and hang out and chat with your friends. You have a quaint little kitchen area. We spent a lot of time in the kitchen together. Seats and cooking room and lots of counter space for everyone. When you're a second year, though, or when you're going into becoming upperclassmen, you not a lot of upperclassmen live in the first year dorm quartet because there are better options. Though you might have to if you don't get a slot. Because of registration issues, unfortunately, me and my roommates, we had to stay in the first year living situation. And we were in the furthest dorm building on campus, which meant we had to commute for like 20 minutes, 15 minutes, sometimes even longer on foot to whatever class building we were working in, which is a big pain when you're an upperclassman because you have a lot of studio work you have to do. But there are better options. There's Meyerhoff House, which is like 2 minutes away from all the campus buildings. There's Gateway, the newest and like the flashiest building with like 9 floors and like an indoor greenery garden situation with like lots of gallery spaces. And I think they're renovating the older dorms I'm talking about over this summer is what I've heard. So hopefully it's gonna get better. The hall I was living in my second year, I think, is like one of the worst on campus. There is an elevator, but it's like that elevator is always breaking. There's a lot of street noise. it's so far away from every single building on campus. It's such a pain to go back and forth. I don't know. This year was a bit iffy, but overall, the dorms are really spacious. You don't have to do a lot of sharing if you're not comfortable with that. I mean, like the communal bathroom thing or whatever. I think it's pretty comfortable. But this year they did change a couple things about the housing registration system, and there was a lot of upset about that. I'm hoping it will go back to the old way after this year because there was a lot of outrage over the new system. MICA's been going through this period where they try a lot of new things and hope one of them lands. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I hope housing reverts back to how it was before. I don't know, that's all I've got.
I'm just skimming over the questions. I don't have much to add to the next few, and I have to leave pretty soon anyway. I don't want to interrupt for too long, but I can answer the rest another time in any format. I can do another call, but for now I do have to go.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
you're good. Thank you so much again for coming, Neil. Means a lot.
No, thank you for the opportunity. It was really nice getting to hear people from different corners of the world talk about their experiences on art and animation. It was very insightful. I don't want to get too sappy, but yes, I have to go.
See ya. Good luck with your film.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Here. So I guess we could skim over these a bit more quickly. Any networking events, portfolio days, screening gatherings, etc. that the school or host provides, that the school hosts or provides preparation for going into the industry. I'll say for RUBIKA, I think Defne can speak up on it better, but I know it's more for the fifth years that they have these industry days, since they do their thesis films and they have a screening. They don't really do it for the third years. I don't think so, at least, because even though it's the end of their bachelor's, since it's a 5-year program, it's like the thesis film that gets more attention. But one good thing about France is that we're close to Annecy, which the film festival is.
And RUBIKA, depending on your year, does give you tickets for that. So
I mean,
so
this year they didn't.
Yeah, for me it was on my second and fourth year. Which one thing I don't understand is that sometimes they give tickets to first years, and what are first years gonna do it? And good for them, but third years would utilize it better. So it's honestly, I think even if you're not a fifth year, there are plenty of opportunities that you can use to network. There's always some seminar online.
True.
Or some studio whose presentation going on.
True.
And for fifth years we do have some privilege. Usually if there's a studio coming to promote themselves at our school, they'll take the time to acquaint themselves with the fifth years, take a look at our projects, give advice. And like Dork said, at our graduation jury, there'll be a whole lot of studios that came to see our projects, and afterwards we can talk with them a little bit, and there'll be right after we graduate, we'll have a job dating day where we job date. That's the thing. And one thing is that also for internships, we have a mini job dating thing for internships, where studios will come to our school, tell them what they're looking for their internships, and we can sign ourselves up to have a little chat with the studio. So that was cool. That's about it. And also being in France, actually, like Dork said, we get to go to Annecy, we get to be in proximity and stuff. So a lot of cool studios in France, and so we were lucky enough to have Fortish, the studio behind Arcane, and Illumination Studios come visit our school, and that was a really cool thing that happened.
Okay, I will say, yeah, that's super cool. I imagine France is like a beautiful hub for animation. I would say for CalArts as well, it's one of the stronger aspects of the school and one of the reasons why I wanted to go specifically. We have gallery shows, I think, at the beginning of the year where you show off your work that you've been doing in class. We have portfolio days where a bunch of big companies will come, and it's split into two parts. One part is the companies have reviewed your work and they'll call back to review you personally. So like they will basically reach out and be like, hey, I want to talk to this student, and then you'll have a meeting with them. And then the second part of the portfolio day is like sort of open, like you reach out and you network and you go to other people. And I know I've heard for first years it can be kind of like sad because, you know, they're still developing their skills, and some first years might get called for a big studio or more studios than other people, and some people can sort of feel down about it. And I've just heard like, you're in your first year, you know, there's going to be many more years of portfolio days, and you'll have more opportunities in the future as you grow and improve as well. We have open show, which is sort of famous. Which is basically everyone shows every film that they've made from the year, ranging from complete shit posts to some of the most beautiful work you'll ever see. And then we have the producer show, which is a select amount of films. It's around 20 every year, so 20 out of 200-ish students, I would say, 150 to 200 students total from the major, and 20 of those students are shown to, well, producers, and a bunch of people from big networks, and it's a really beautiful event. I unfortunately didn't get to go, but it's a really great place to network as well. And there's just like being in LA is such a huge privilege, and being around or like very close to the LA area. CalArts isn't exactly in LA, it's in Santa Clarita, Valencia area, but it's close enough. So even that just connects you to the industry. And then also there's a lot of great alum that people have probably heard, like Alex Hirsch, Pendleton Warren, Tim Burton, Lauren Faust, I believe, just a bunch of great alums from CalArts that you're immediately connected to in that network. It's like, you know, someone who knows someone who knows someone. So yeah, I would say that's one of the main draws of the school. And preparation for going to the industry, like Ren was saying earlier, it's definitely more focused on directorial sort of progression and development. So it's for a lot of people who go to CalArts, they're less focused on the actual animation and more focused on what kind of stories they want to produce and becoming art directors or directors or people behind the scenes that sort of run the story. So yeah, that's the focus of CalArts.
Yeah, I would say SVA is like really similar in that regard. Like we bring in a lot of people for networking. Mostly I feel like the majority of the opportunities gets to go to like juniors and seniors, obviously, but I personally have been really lucky and I've been able to volunteer at like Pictoplasma and get free admission to that, which is like a character design conference that they host at the theater. They host a bunch of free screenings at the theater that people like to come and like talk to or talk at. We bring in alumni back like all the time, and that's like really the strongest part of SVA and the part that was most enjoyable for me. So like over the course of like literally just like the 8 months I was there, I met I can't remember his name, but the guy who made like Common Side Effects, he was there and I got to talk to him and he did a panel. Rebecca Sugar, Ian Jones Cordy. I've met Adam Rosette, like the director of the GOAT film that just came out. And then they have a ton of screenings like for students throughout the year. So they have the Undies, which is the undergraduate film festival, which is where all of the undergraduate animation students that aren't seniors get to like do their stuff. And then they have the Junior Jammies, which is junior group films. That's a showcase specifically for them. And then they have the Senior Theses at the end of the year. They bring in like studios that do like portfolio reviews that you have to apply for and then you get like a slot. So they brought in Disney and Leica so far. I didn't get into either of those, obviously, because I'm a freshman, but I tried at least. And then WIA has like really great networking opportunities, like our chapter. So they bring in like students and like faculty who have like worked professionally and have done internships to like talk on panels a bunch. They bring in just generally like so many people. And then also some of the 3D events are open to 2D animation majors as well. So that's really cool. Sometimes they sponsor tickets to go to things like MICA or Lightbox or Cannes, but they typically only do that if you're in some kind of leadership position within like the student government or WIA, or in like an award-winning like student film that like got sponsored to go for one of those things. Otherwise you just like have to pay for it yourself, and there's kind of like a big there's like a big thing at SVA about like who goes to Lightbox and who doesn't. That's like a thing that people like to focus on for some reason. It's my favorite thing about SVA that like they bring in so many people, and that's really what the school is known for. My professor is a former Disney animator. Like all of our professors used to do like really cool stuff. My writing professor is a like actual working author and editor. So like I personally think that that is like SVA's strongest aspect. Preparation for going into the industry, they really focus their curriculum on doing like specifically 2D hand-drawn animation or rigged animation, like the stuff you see at like Titmouse, like Cartoon Network shows and things like that. So it's like not really like open to like other like focuses. Like you can kinda, but it's not like really like encouraged as much as it is, and it's not really what most people want to do there. It's like very much like people following in the footsteps of like Rebecca Sugar and people like that, which is fine. It's not what I want to do, but a lot of people there are like really into it, and they seem to like the curriculum for what it's worth. I mean, the statistic they give us is that only 2% of people who go to animation school like actually make it in the industry. So like, I don't know, take that for what you will.
I think there's like when you're a lower classman here, you don't get a lot of exposure to network events just because they're basically trying to help you figure out what you're going to do with your artistic identity going forward. So a lot of your earlier years, your first year and like I want to say like the first half of your second year is kind of figuring that out. Oh shit, the power just went out. Oh my god. I might be cut in a little bit. Hold on. So, okay, we'll make this work. Lots of alumni come and talk all the time. It's really cool. We got to meet a lot of cool people who've worked in Pixar, Leica, who've done their independent stuff like Andy Stevenson. It's there's a lot of encouragement. There's a lot of great connections. Even when you're a lower classman, you get to attend these alumni meetings and get to make those little connections. MICA goes out to a bunch of events that also SVA goes out to, so we have a lot of overlap there. We see each other in a lot of different forums and hubs. When you're an upperclassman, I think is when you get a lot more exposure. There's a lot of guidance with internships. There's a lot of support. There are multiple animation screenings every year at MICA. MICA has its own like little animation festival as well, which has a bunch of sponsorships from lots of different people who want to come in and see these student films. I think that's one of the biggest opportunities for exposure, I guess, but it's definitely not limited to. There's some other outside, for illustration at least, there's competitions that MICA will encourage students to apply to, that they will encourage students to send out their work to these different scholarship opportunities or gallery opportunities. There's something I did called the Student Space Gallery, where if you get selected, you can apply to have your artwork be displayed in one of the open gallery spaces on campus, which get frequented by outsiders. So you will have your work up for display for an amount of time, usually a month or a little bit over, if it's like a larger exhibition. And galleries from around Baltimore can come and visit your work. Faculty and other alumni can come to the receptions and see what's going on. You get to meet a lot of important people from the school, which is also really valuable. I was lucky enough to be chosen this year, and I've made some great connections through that. There are lots of these little moments when you're in MICA where you get to show off your work. It's a little sad because, we don't, it's in Maryland. We don't have a lot of, I guess, the opportunities that I hear from some of my LA peers or NYC peers, but I feel like we kind of make it work. I do find myself kind of wishing we could have had more, but it's not the end of the world, essentially. I know a lot of my peers who, despite don't get that immediate support from MICA just because MICA's not able, they still manage to insert themselves into these spaces in other larger cities and other larger colleges. The art world is genuinely so small and compact. Everyone knows each other. Everyone knows everyone's business. You are usually one or two people away from these big artists you idolize. It's just a matter of finding that one person in the middle or the second person in the middle, or ending up at the right place at the right time if you just, make the right move, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you, Peri. So I'm gonna skip this one for now, and we can maybe touch upon it later on. Since it's getting really late, both with where Peri is, both here in France. Does anybody want to add something, literally? Because I'm gonna finish this. It's been again 4 hours and 10 minutes. I've taken up a lot of your time. So lastly, does anybody wanna add something? If not, I'm gonna close this and thank you again so much.
I just want to say, oh, no, you go.
Okay, I'll be really quick. I'm sure we've beat this horse to death already, but there's so many avenues to get into the industry. And on a really real note, right now it's not looking too hot. I think we were gonna have a question about AI, which I know every artist does not want to hear about it right now. I included am so tired about the AI conversation. And I think what I will say is, if you have the means, just follow your dream. It's so sappy and it's so unrealistic and it's very idealistic for me to say that, but there will always be periods where the industry is not looking good, and then there will be periods of great growth. And I think we're currently in a dip right now, but I have a lot of hope that we will continue to keep doing what we do, and there will still be a platform for us to keep doing what we do. So just hold out hope. And I think the AI bubble is seconds away from bursting. I know people keep saying that, but I'm really praying that's going to burst soon. And with it will come so much new innovation from us and from independent filmmakers and from big studios. And I think us as an industry, although it doesn't look really great right now, I think it is still so worth it to try not to regret choosing the decision that was made based on a certain period of time that you will regret in the future when the industry won't always be like this. So hold out hope.
Yeah, I was gonna say
sorry, you go first.
No, you're fine. Okay, are you sure? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say pretty much almost exactly what Issa said, but I was just gonna add on AI, make sure you research your school's position on it super thoroughly. A lot of schools are changing up their policy and the way that they're regulating it at the moment, including SVA. And SVA is currently it's been incorporated into the curriculum, and that's something that students are facing. So just make sure that whatever school you go to, is a school that like respects you as an artist, and a school that is like doing what is best for you and is not kind of just doing whatever they think is going to make them like money, you know. And that's like a big issue like many students at SV are having right now, is that the administration has just recently changed hands, and the way it's going is not really conducive to the needs and wants of the students. And like I feel like AI was like a huge thing that I kept in mind when I was transferring, and now like most of the schools I planned on transferring to or was considering have now implemented it into their program as well. So my decision was very much based on what schools have not done that yet. And I think if that's kind of like something that's important to you, I think it's definitely worth considering.
Well said. So for RUBIKA, for the last 2 years, well, we generally usually always have like this meeting at the beginning of each academic year where the school presents us with what's going on with the school, any new changing policies. Then again, you know, like it's a presentation they do themselves. So how transparent they need to be, I'm not sure. But like one thing that I always did appreciate is that so far AI has not been integrated into the curriculum. They are adamant on teaching everything they need to, like just like hands-on without any aid. Students can use AI if they want to in their project, but they must always be transparent about it. If not, there are consequences. And also, what was I going to say? For art school in general, I had my fair share of ups and downs. You know, I think I underestimated living abroad by myself quite a bit, especially in a country that speaks French, which is my third language, not my second. And what was I going to say? But like, it has had its own rewards. Like, even when I adopted, if I was in the, like, there were times where I adopted if I was in the right major or not. But then I got to do these internships, and they were the most fun I've ever had. And also my thesis film that I'm working on with right now has been so rewarding, even if it has not been easy in the slightest. I'm proud of the work that I did there. And I don't know if I'll be able to find employment, especially here in France. But like, there's that. I'm proud of the work that I did here. So yay.
I'll only add this quickly, and then I'll let Peri talk if she's still here. Yeah, she is. I think the AI question I deleted because like the thing was getting too long. I think it is an important subject though. It's like Norea and Isa said, it's gonna pop very soon, because even with the Disney agreement with Sora, I think it was, or OpenAI, one of them, it like broke down because one of them the AI company went like bankrupt or something like that. Plus it's using a lot of natural resources which we like need as humans, since, you know, the earth and stuff. Plus like I'm not really worried about it as of now, because like they're not human. They don't really have that specific feeling that even bad art in quotes has, since a human made it. Yeah. Peri, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I can add a little thing about this whole AI debacle, and also kind of related to the previous question and everything. One thing I'm really grateful for in my college space is that Baltimore, it has such a blossoming art scene. There's so much spirit here that I didn't know existed when I first applied, and that I'm so grateful for, which also means AI gets shot down hard and fast. There's a lot of you know, even if it tries to like surface, it gets shamed down. Something I'm really proud of my community for doing, both inside the school and the general Baltimore art community, has been very vocal about keeping things human and hands-on. Kind of, yeah. It's there has been some really, really wacky instances where students have attempted to have some form of AI in their work, but again, shot down. And school has very strict and vocal policies about absolutely no AI usage allowed. Which, you know, if you do, you get anything from failing the year or getting expelled. I mean, it's related to copyright issues, so that's like the main basis for the policy. Just yeah, original work and anything outside of original work also includes AI, so absolutely none of that either.
Okay. Thank you all so much for giving me almost an half hour of your time. Clap, literally clap yourself. That sounds wrong. Celebrate yourselves. Like yeah, like thank you so much again for coming. Even though like all the time zones and stuff like that, I know it's like 1 a.m. almost. No, even like 1 a.m. 1:21 in Turkey right now. So Peri, thank you so much. Defne, thank you so much. It's like 12:30. Norea, Isa, and Ren, Nil. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. Thank you all so much for sharing your experiences. It really does mean a lot, and I think, like I stated, like at the beginning, like there's not much student originated like I guess not reviews but like facts and like experiences that are really out on the internet. It's more or less how the school presents itself, which it's always going to present itself in a good manner. So thank you all again for being so transparent, for saying both the negatives and the rights, and like being here. Thank you all so much. Yeah.
Thank you for hosting us. Yeah.
Yes,
We
thank you
hope
for
it was
hosting.
helpful.
Yes.
viewers.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I hope this was so helpful.
Everyone's experiences. Let's stay in contact. I want to
Yes.
see what everyone's doing.
Let's go.
We'll put our like socials in the description and stuff.
Yeah, I
Oh
will.
yeah.
Definitely.
Great.
And feel free to yeah.
Yeah, feel free to whoever watches this, feel free to DM me.
Yeah, like me too. I'll be glad.
Yeah, same.
I'm sure
Always.
anybody like will help.
I'm going to find you all on LinkedIn.
Yeah, if anybody has any questions, like either DM us, comment them down below. Like we'll get in touch, I'm sure. Like every animation student or like animation affiliated person I've met are like the nicest people I've ever met. So yeah, like please don't be shy. If you have any questions, like shoot us a message.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Good evening.